Hello everybody, how's it going today? Hope you folks have had a good Tuesday. That was me. Here we are on day 9 of this Final Fantasy 14 New Game Plus run through. It's been an interesting journey. Going back through, remembering all the things, all the people, seeing different things, seeing all these sprouts. So, yesterday kind of came to an abrupt end because I thought that I knew there was maintenance. I just thought it was at midnight instead of and not 9 p.m. my time. So that was kind of awkward. Because I thought we'd be able to get through 2.2 last night and then start 2.3 and then probably Crystal Tower. But I have about, I don't know, half of 2.2 remaining, then on to 2.3, and probably knock out the first raid of the Crystal Tower series. That's what I'm thinking might be able to get done tonight. So without further ado, let us play the game. Okay, we are not starting soon. We have started. So yes, I believe yesterday, for the first time, we encountered the Domans. Let's say 2.1 was literally Waking Sands becoming the Rising Stones, getting out of Vesper Bay, moving to Mordona. Then we bullied a Moogle because Moogles are stupid. And now we met the Domans. They escaped Empire oppression, looking for a place to stay. Got turned away at Ul'dah, not in the best of shape to try the other city-states. So we're going to get, but we struck a deal with a adventurers guild in Mordona and said, hey, if you're willing to work and put in some hard labor, we'll take you in. And now we're on our way to meet up with this Yugiri. And figure out a plan on how to transport, I think they said 200 people. That's what we are off to do. I literally remember nothing about these patches, so this is just about as much of a journey for you folks as it is for me. I know that I think Ramuh's going to be a thing in this patch. Maybe. And after that, it's 2.3, which if I remember correctly, is another Asian thing, or maybe that might be 2.4. I don't know. It's been a minute. Anyway, Mr. Hosen. Greetings. Alpha Note informed me that Scion will be arriving to help with the preparations. I am honored to meet you, though shamed as well. A great warrior should not be tasked with such trivialities. I do this stuff all the time, it's okay. I knew from a glance what manner of man you were. I too have some skill at arms, as do many other people. Pray forgive this trifle, but might I trouble you to help round up the children that have been given into my care? They are most adept at staying hidden from my sight, but perhaps your keen eyes will succeed where I have failed. You have my thanks, friend. Pray seek out my son, Yosin. He can tell you more. Gotta find some kids, huh? Kids playing hide and seek. Oh, hello there. I'm Yosin, son of Hosen. Will you be coming with us to Ul'dah? I hear we're traveling by horse-bird-drawn carriage. But don't you think they're queer? Giant birds that people ride like horses. I still want to try riding one, but... What's that? You're looking for the others? Don't worry, I've already told them to get ready for the carriages. I'll need your help, though. We were just finishing a game of hide and seek. 3 players are still in hiding, and since Lady Yugiri told us to take it really seriously, they won't move until they're found. But Vesper Bay isn't that big, so I bet you can find them in no time. There's one. Hey, you're not Yauzen. Who are you? I'm Koharu. Nickastrakta. I didn't know anyone else was... Wait a minute, you're not one of them stallions, are you? No, Scions. Scions? You must know Lady Yugiri, right? Is she great? She's really good at hide and seek, too. Oh, right, it's almost time to go. Nice meeting you, Nickastrakta. Kid 1 found. Kid 2. How'd you find me? Nah, guess I need to practice more. Maybe you're just good at this. I mean, the Garleans didn't find me. There's a third one. Are you playing? Ah, no fair. Yosin didn't say anything about adults. Huh? We get to ride a horsebird carriage? I don't know. It sounds scary. But if Yosin says it's safe, I'll go. Well, wonderful. All the children are accounted. Hide and seek? Ah, I see that you're curious. It's quite simple, really. Lady Yugiri thought it best that the children would know what to do in case the Garleans found us. I should hope that those days are behind us, but I nevertheless take comfort in knowing that we are prepared. Yeah, fair. The first caravan is due to depart shortly, followed by the rest of the regular intervals. My family and I, including my stubborn old father Home, will be traveling in the lead carriage together with young Koharu, whom I believe you've already met. Though I understand the road to Ulda is regularly patrolled by your brass blades, it would give us great comfort if you would agree to accompany us on our journey. And once again, I thank you for your kindness. When you're ready to leave, please inform our coachman. How many people are we fitting in this? Hey, you're to be off, are you? Aye, well, I was meaning to have a word with you about that. Running from the blade said we might have a problem. Fierce-looking beastie's been sighted south of the bridge to Hamberley. Might be as someone's eyes are playing tricks on him, of course, but we won't pay to gamble in this business. Now I know you can handle yourself in a fight, but this lot's here is another story. So I was thinking you might go on ahead and have a quick look around, make sure the area is safe, like. And if you come across anything dangerous, you know what to do. When you're satisfied a way's clear, meet us outside the horizon. Blades tell me the road there's safe, so I reckon we can make it that far on our own, assuming the self-same bastards don't try to rob us, that is. Like everybody knows that brass blades are corrupt pieces of shit, but it's like, well, we don't have much better. Can't fly over that. Nope. Keep my company for the rest of my shift. Yeah, that's what I'm here for. Also, I'm 4 minutes late to seeing your message, but hi, Drifter. How are you? Where is it? There it is. Working. Well, you got like a half hour, 90 minutes left. However long you have, I hope I'm able to make it faster for you. And it's at 5 p.m. Pacific. It's 5:30 Eastern right now, so it'll be 2:30 Pacific. So I think, yeah, I won't say it. For your sanity's sake, I won't say the number. Oh wait, I'm going the wrong way. You don't say anything special, do you? Not too really. Okay. So it was a beastie. Was being the operative word, eh? Well fought, sir. Well fought. If only I were in better health. I should have been proud to stand at your side. Pay my son no mind. He forgets that his responsibilities preclude acts of daring do. She's at the end of 2.0. Nice. I did find out you can unsync it for what it's worth. I don't know what level your alt is, but you can unsync it. 54, probably not. Be that as it may, I cannot help but envy you. Had we been able to call upon heroes of your strength, the skill in Doma, things may have been very different. But we cannot change the past. Those who fought and fell are forever lost to us. Lost but not forgotten, Lady Yugiri's kinsmen least of all. They fought fiercest, though they knew full well it was in vain. May they care to go through a miscute friend. Well, if you check out my VOD from yesterday, 2.1 is a patch that exists in this game where stuff happens, and that's about all I can say about it. She had every right to walk away, yet she chose to stay. Food, shelter, the promise of a better life, all this and more we owe to her. How does one even begin to repay such a debt? In kind, Father. To she who has given everything, we shall give her all. Whatever work there is to be done, we shall do without question. Ditch digging, bricklaying, it matters not. Wherever this toll will grow and prosper by our hands. Hi. Hey, Mr. Linkus! Kakaru and I want to know why you became an adventurer. We're about to push back. Been started recently, just cussing. Yeah, post patch is kind of a thing. Like, this is the most activity that's happened so far is meeting the Domans. So kids to go with her were the wild rose blooms. So, you like roses? I think I understand. I mean, they're nice and everything, but don't they grow in lots of places? It's my turn now. Excuse me, Mr. Linkus. I've got a question. What's Revenant's Toll like? Is it pretty? Because if I... Oh! Ramu is 2.3. I thought he was 2.2. So, what the hell? What the hell's the dungeon slash boss in 2.2 then? How would I best describe Revenant's Toll? Bustling outpost frequented by countless adventurers. Right. Right. I forgot about the noodle. I know these bosses, like the Boogle, Leviathan, Ramu, what's his name? How you say his name? Blaze, and the infamous Steps of Faith. I just never remember where in the story they're actually at, except for Steps of Faith, because I remember everybody getting mad about it back in the day. I'll worry about it when I get to it. This kid. You mean there are lots of people who are just as strong as you? Oh, I can't wait. Nabri Alice. Yeah, fair enough. Enough, Karaharu. It's my turn again. Master Linkus, when I'm older, I want to be strong like you. What do I have to do? Buy weapons and armor from being a kid. Don't do that. You'll be in debt forever. Seek out new experiences and adventures. Of course, to be a better adventurer, you need to go adventuring. Let's get the one wipe. I haven't wiped on that in a hot minute. But of course, I also haven't rolled it in a hot minute either. Alright. That's enough questions for Mr. Linkus. That's not fair. Why does Yosen get to ask 2 questions? I want to know about adventuring just as much as he does. Just one more, please. Do you think I could be an adventurer like you one day? Nod. Really? Then I will. Thanks for your advice, Mr. Linkus. I won't forget it. I'm going to be an adventurer too. When we get to Revenant's Toll, let's make an adventurers guild for Domans. We'll protect our friends and punish the wicked, just like Mr. Linkus and Lady Yugiri. Yeah, just like Mr. Linkus and Lady Yugiri. We could talk more about it on in the carriage on the way. Will you be joining us? Yep. No at the quicksand. The quicksand. Well, before I forget. Adventurers Guild. There are far less sprouts ever since that AFK timer came back today. Hi Alfie, they're here. Ah, Linkus, I take it the first group has arrived. Excellent. Is there aught else? No, I have matters well in hand here. You and Lady Yugiri should travel to Revenant's Toll forthwith. It was past time Lady Yugiri met with the guild's representatives in Revenant's Toll. Since I do not foresee any further matters arising here in Thanaland which might require your personal attention, I would instead have you serve as an escort to the Doman delegation for the duration of the journey. Speak first with Slaffborn upon your arrival. He is the one with whom the Domans will be working most closely, I should think. Afterwards, introduce Lady Yugiri to Midfilia and the Guild Emissary. If both meetings go well, the resulting ties should stand the Domans in good stead for that which is to come. Safe travels, Lucas. So was that their spot? Well, working as intended, it would seem. And yeah, my FC's yard is quite empty itself. Yesterday it was bustling full. Today, not so much. Revenant's Toll still looks busy. And this must be the esteemed Lady Yugiri and her associates. I greet you all as friends and bid you welcome to the Toll. I hope you do not find our dearth of fineries off-putting, for though we may seem, we have a wealth of spirit and camaraderie to spare. You see, race and creed don't enter into it here. We welcome all sorts, provided they are willing to earn their keep, of course. We are no strangers to hard work, Master Slaffborn. You may rest assured that we will carry out your orders with due diligence. Oh, not for a moment did I doubt your commitment, lady. Pray understand, I give the same speech to all new arrivals. And you needn't bow your head or call me master either. We're both frontier hands as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, they wouldn't, but also whenever I did the Titan part, they also called me captain, which I believe is pretty much impossible, if not straight up impossible, to have that rank by then. As you wish, Slaffborn. May this meeting mark the beginning of a long and fruitful relationship. I'm also kind of curious, does Yugiri have the Catgirl model until like 2.5? Because technically that's not in the game yet. I guess I've yet to meet the antecedent. 7 hells, Linkus. Why are you wasting time with me? Go see them to the Rising Stones. I mean, the way she walks looks like it's a Catgirl skeleton, but I can't really 100% be sure. To whom much is given, much is expected. Forgive me. I require a moment to compose my thoughts before meeting with your leader. We shall join you at the Rising Stones anon. I mean, that's a Catgirl stance. Just has the tail different, so I'd imagine so. Rising Stones has it. I never got this. Why does the Rising Stones have different instances? And that we're out to Heavensward. Not until Heavensward, but I think the like the preview of it was whenever Yugiri was finally air quotes revealed during 2.55. And I think that was like, hey, here's what you're getting. Do I have to voice Midfilia again? I do. Damn it. Well, 'tis no use. Our attempts to reach the students of Aldacian continue to meet with failure. Ariange has explored other avenues of inquiry, but they too have yielded naught. after I replay 5.55 again, but I forget. We will persevere, of course, yet within our hearts the truth is clear. We are but awaiting confirmation of that which we already know. Yeah, probably. How fare the Domans? I am given to understand you were kept quite busy in Vesper Bay. Mayhap you question the wisdom of aiding refugees when the primal threat remains unresolved. I should not blame you if you did, nor would I deny that this matter falls outside our normal purview. Be that as it may, I could not ignore the plight of these refugees, not when it was within our power to help them. You get Staffy's Gambit. I don't know X-Men, so that's kind of lost on me. I know Gambit from like the, what was that? Marvel vs. Capcom, but that's about it. Lady Yugiri is here. Please show her in. I would very much like to meet her. Nod, nod, nod. We have no objections. Pray do so with our blessing. Your answers please me beyond words, my lady, but are you quite certain? We have no way of knowing how many might answer my summons. In the event that Revenant's toll could not accommodate us all, we would need to find an alternative solution. Should that come to pass, we will find it together. As ever, it has been a pleasure, Antecedent. Alas, we must take our leave, as the first carriages are due to arrive at any moment. Should you require aught else, please speak with Slaftborn. Lady Yugiri, Linkus. Yep, work out the neck muscles. Laman and I will make all the necessary preparations to assure that our Droman friends feel at home upon their arrival. Though I must admit, I am still troubled about the matter of the missing crystals. Right, that was also a plot point. Stola should be returning anon with a report from a field. Mayhap you could wait here and speak with her upon her arrival.
How goes the fishing? Caught anything slippery?
Aye. Our suspicions were well founded. The Serpent Reavers are indeed the culprits.
The plot thickens.
Has there been any movement in Thanalan?
It has been blessedly quiet. Which is to say the Amalja are being no more or less of a nuisance than usual, summoning Ifrit with such crystals as they have hoarded. Urianger, too, reports not out of the ordinary.
Then we have our explanation.
Your explanation for what, pray tell?
For the recent spate of crystal thefts in Thanalan, we naturally assumed that the trail would lead us back to the Amalja. Yet it did not. It led us across the sea unto Vilbrand.
Vilbrand? There have been reports of increased Sahagin activity of late. Oh gods, they mean to summon Leviathan?
That is the way of it, I fear. Whilst conducting our investigation on behalf of the mineral concern, we came upon evidence implicating the Serpent Reavers. With the aid of the Maelstrom, I was able to verify our suspicions. 'Tis only a matter of time before Leviathan returns to harrow the seas. But there is more. One of the Sahagin, an elder by my judgment, spoke of attaining the gift and knowledge of eternity.
Ugh.
3 or 4 pump. Yeah, it seems like it. Philemon's. Yeah. Yeah.
Such a disturbance in the ether. If I did not know better, I should think this device defective. And there is the explanation.
Soon, soon it shall begin. Our Lord shall rise midst surging waves to wash away the finless ones. And I shall be granted the gift and knowledge of eternity, and with the emissary stand equal. Then shall I know no cessation, no oblivion.
Whence comes this promise of immortality? The emissary?
He says at least.
We have outstayed our welcome.
He doesn't have a lisp. He's just a fish. Come on now.
The gift and knowledge.
Are the two of you quite well?
You shared that vision, did you not?
Fish with a lisp. Okay, you got me there.
Even before the Sahagin made mention of the emissary, I recognized Elidibus's words. He is behind this. But surely it is not within his power to grant the echo.
My lady, unless we act swiftly, Leviathan will rise again. The Admiral has already requested that we intervene to prevent this. Failing that, we are to attend to the Primal's extermination.
She will have our full cooperation. Let us make haste to Limsa Lominsa. I mean to play a part in this mission. Tataru, pray, take charge in my absence.
What? Maphilia's doing something.
My lady, are you sure this is wise?
Everybody's like,
I am aware of the risks, but there is something I must see with mine own eyes. The true nature of the echo.
Very well. I shall not stand in your way. On the condition that you permit me to accompany you as bodyguard.
Your company is ever welcome, Thancred.
I take it something ill is afoot.
Aye, a Primal is about to be loosed upon Eorzea.
A primal?
A godlike being whose very existence is a bane upon the land. We Scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to put an end to their kind.
I see. Know then that I am learned in the arts of war. In return for the kindness you have shown my people, I would lend you my blade.
It would be most welcome. When contending with a Primal, one can never have too many able allies. If you crave a more intimate understanding of the problems facing Eorzea, this experience is like to provide it. Be sure to come well prepared.
that moment when 5.2/5.3 plot points are hinted at all the way back in 2.2. When writers pay attention to the story. Plainly, should the worst come to pass and Leviathan is summoned, our only recourse will be to face him in battle. Given past experience, you may very well think that eventuality inevitable. Yet so long as there is even a chance that I have gas, and also the Primal's return might be prevented, we must needs spend all our efforts toward achieving that goal. Before we do aught else, let us hasten to Limsa and meet with the Admiral. She will not have been idle in the intervening time, and will doubtless have valuable information to share. Yeah, it's a little bit lower. It's a good bit lower pitched, but it's relatively close, yeah. Alright, how empty is Limsa now with an AFK timer? Pretty empty compared to yesterday. I'd say roughly the same with your server. I don't know, I forget what server you're actually on. Assuming you're on Sargerantus, or the Sarge. Hi, Merwib. Hey, you got a big water snake coming. Welcome, friends. I take it Stola has apprised you of the situation. Let us waste no time then. According to our best intelligence, the Sahagin had not crystals enough to summon their god. Alas, we did not count for the Serpent Reavers venturing as far as Thanalan to supplement their cache. For our short-sightedness, we are faced with the grim prospect of Leviathan's imminent return. I haven't done World Visit in like 60 hours. I think the last time I did World Summit was whenever, what's his name, Summit was about to zone into Midgard Sormer. And everybody was yelling like, hey, clear out of the adventurers, go to Gridania, give them space, etc., etc. And I was like, you know what? I'm heading back. Anyway, she said, needless to say, I am not inclined to let the fishbacks have their way. Even as we speak, the Maelstrom makes ready to launch a large-scale operation athwart the summoning, and we would welcome the Scion's support in this endeavor. But if, God forbid, our efforts should come to naught, I would need to trouble you for more than mere support, much as I did with Titan last walked these lands. Lady Minfilia, I am given to understand that you mean to accompany our soldiers to the front lines. I can only assume that you have sound reasons for doing so. I like how everybody is like, Minfilia, what are you doing? I do, Admiral, but I would rather not be drawn on their nature. I will only say that there is something I would see with mine own eyes. Is that so? Well, I am not so stubborn as to deny the wish of one whose aid I require, but precautions must be taken. I shall require that you remain by my side at all times. With that settled, let us speak of the operation. Captain Drac, our scouts are currently reconnoitering Sahagin movements within the Sapsa spawning grounds. Upon completing their mission, they will return to the operation staging point at Camp Skull Valley. I want you to make your way there forthwith, that you might be apprised of the latest intelligence. Commander Falk Breda has charge of the garrison. El Rio. Miss Falk Breda? I've been expecting you, Scion of the Seventh Dawn. On behalf of the men and women here, I thank you for your cooperation. The safety of our citizens is paramount. With your aid, we will prevent Leviathan's return. As you may already know, Maelstrom scouts have been dispatched to reconnoiter the Sapsa spawning grounds. Though it pains me to admit it, the Maelstrom has never faced a foe like the likes of this before. We must proceed with all due caution. Among other things, they have orders to determine where Leviathan might emerge, assuming it comes to that. And yet, their return is long overdue. I fear that ill may have befallen them. For better or worse, we must ascertain their fate. If it's not too much to ask, I would have you aid us in the search. 5 scouts ventured in the Sapsa all told. Here, take this flask of restorative to tend to those who may have been wounded. Though it pains me to even consider the notion, if they have perished, circumstances permitting, I ask that you recover their bodies. By no means venture too deep into enemy territory, however. We can ill afford to lose you at this juncture. I'm level 80, I'll be fine. But even if I was level synced down to 50, I'm pretty sure I'd still be fine. There's dudes around here somewhere. Ah, there he is. Well, somebody of all the times to forget the restorative. Thank you. I owe you my life. We were ambushed by the Serpent Reavers. Widely armed as we were, we didn't stand a chance. I was able to flee this far, but the others were captured. They were taken to the Serpent's Tongue, I'm certain of it. I can make my own way back to the camp, but I fear the worst for my comrades. Save them, I beg you. Should be able to just fly over E and not get caught on a claim. Yeah, this spot. Okay, Sproutly. What's this one taking forever to pick up? Hey, return. Thank the navigator. When I learned that you went to the Serpent's Tongue by yourself, I feared you would meet an untimely demise. But tell me, what had become of the others? Be dead. Dear God, these wounds were not intended to kill, but to torture and maim. There's the savagery know no bounds. Enemies or no, they go too far. I dread to think what may have... Ah, damn it, I can't. I dread to think what may become of those two who remain unaccounted for. I pray they haven't suffered the same evil fate. At the very least, one of my men came back alive, and for that I owe you my thanks. The price we paid was dear, but we have the intelligence we need. Even as we speak, the Admiral finalizes the details of the operation. The war horns will sound any moment now. Be ready to sally forth when they do. Yep. That's what I thought. Thrice-stamped fishback bastards. I'll kill them slowly and then chase their rotten souls through all 7 hells. Peace, Commander. We are here for a purpose, and vengeance is not it. I want your mind on the task at hand, savvy? My apologies, Admiral. You may count on me to keep a clear head. Good. According to our sole surviving scout, the Sahagin and their thralls have already begun to amass at the Aetherite in the depths of Sapsa. If we are to act, it must be now. The men are ready. We but await your orders, Admiral. As predicted, the Sahagin have tightened security in and around the spawning grounds. A frontal assault is like to be met with fierce resistance. But we are not so artless as that, Commander. We shall divide our forces and strike them hard and fast at key locations. Remember, our ultimate objective is to take the Sapsa Aetherite and eliminate the Sahagin priests presiding over the summoning. We are not here to kill them all. Wagons? Probably would be my guess. Maelstrom shall engage and distract the Sahagin's legion of drowned pirates at the Serpent's Tongue. Commander, you have charge over this effort. Be mindful that the lay of the land there is devilish for attacking forces. Let the foreign levy spearhead the assault and have subsequent units fan out to cover their flanks. At the self-same moment, a diversionary squadron formed of galleons from the Crimson Fleet shall harry the enemy from offshore. And likewise, we Scions shall form smaller units in hopes of confusing the Sahagin defense effort. Lycus and Yustola, the two of you are to make your way to the site of the summoning ritual. The Admiral's diversion should serve to thin the enemy's defenses, rendering your path less perilous. A small party, I believe, should be able to win through without drawing unwanted attention. Tankard and Yukiri, your mission is to lure as many Sahagin as possible out of the spawning grounds. Having done so, take to your heels and circle round to join the infiltration unit of Yustola and Lycus. When all has been set in motion, I myself shall cut a path to the Aetherite, accompanied by Lady Minfilia, as was agreed. Well, don't let me keep you, friends. To battle! And lost did we fight by side, Lycus. Too long ago, I warned. But come, let us away. Why do I have to go with a cat girl? Why can't I go with a cool ninja girl? One dead. Captain Blue Refuser. Me. See, look. She charged ahead, and now she's on the ground. Pray do not concern yourself. 'Twas but a glancing blow. Come, the Aetherite is close at hand. Let us press on.
them. They have made thralls of soldiers and civilians both.
Did I miss much? So that is how you fight in the Far East. Mental note, pick no quarrel with Domans. But seriously, if I am to keep up, I must needs forsake elegance for efficiency.
What the job change? Can't do that in combat.
To the Aetheryte!
Tankard, you can't change jobs from a gladiator to a ninja just like that. Or you'd probably be a rogue.
You'll forgive me my lateness.
I've been something of a liability of late, I know. 'Tis high time I set about making amends.
Long have you shriveled Swordwalkers, tormented our kind. But no more! Your time is at an end! You shall perish with salt in your wounds and sea in your lungs. Lord of the world, hearken to our plea. Lord of the world, deliver us from our misery.
Do you feel that?
I know this sensation. It's the echo.
What?
Ah! Such power! It is transcendent!
Seven hells.
Strike me down if you will. It is futile. I have mastered the gift. I am eternal.
More Shadowbringers foreshadowing there.
O mighty Leviathan, ruler of the seas, born of waters primordial, I offer unto you this frail flesh, that you might grant your faithful servants deliverance. I beseech you, come forth!
Die, damn you!
Foolish shorewalker! You cannot kill that which is eternal!
Don't worry about it. Smile.
Heavens fulfilled.
Damn it all!
My being ebbs away. It could by right be infinite. Am I not immortal? Curse you, emissary! You promised me everlasting.
Where did he go?
What say you? Nary a single ship? Hells take that sea demon! Gather the survivors and get to shore. Leave the wrecks for the pirates. Leviathan wastes no time. The diversionary squadron is lost. For a mercy, 'twould seem the Primal now makes for open sea. But why does he not press his advantage? Unless... God save us. He means to unleash a tidal wave.
That's kind of what Leviathan does. I'll bump this up just a hair. 40. And you tilt your damn boat? Yep. Understand, I speak of no normal wall of water. That which Leviathan makes ready to conjure carries more destructive power than aught seen in nature. Enough to raise entire coastal settlements, if its last attempt is any guide. Excuse me. We cannot suffer history to be repeated, yet how in the seven hells are we to prevent it? We take a boat. You guys don't say anything really, do you? No, not really. Though our plight cries out for action, we must take thought. So long as Leviathan remains in the open sea, he is effectively beyond our reach. Our fleet is second to none, of that you may be sure. But Lyman herself would struggle to best the Lord of the World in his element. In a straight fight, he would make meet and match with us. We need another plan, that much is plain. Let us return to Limsa and see if we cannot think of one. I shall await you in the command room. I also want to appreciate... Okay, where'd they go? Damn, they're there. cat girl named Microsoft Word. A chocobo named Clippy. I'm just starting to get people again. You're expected in the command room. Pray do not keep the Admiral waiting. Yep. Yeah, more people finishing.
There used to be a hamlet beyond South Tidegate in western Lanosha. Hearthstone, it was called. Some years prior to the Maelstrom's founding, Leviathan rose from the briny depths and set about unleashing watery hell upon us. On that occasion, the Company of Heroes put him down before he could do too much damage. But when the bastard came next, this time in the wake of the calamity, we were not so fortunate. Weary of ravaging our shoreline, he summoned a tidal wave which fair leveled Hearthstone and washed the soil away for good measure.
The area was subsequently occupied by the Sahagin.
Aye, the thrice-damned creatures transformed it into a spawning ground for their brood. Given the quantity of crystals stolen to feed him and his legion of thralls, we can be fairly sure that Leviathan is stronger now than in his previous incarnations. If that sea demon is left to wreak havoc, what befell Hearthstone may well befall a larger settlement, even Limsa. That cannot happen. The Primal must be stopped.
That was ever our objective, Admiral. But how are we to achieve it? The sea is Leviathan's uncontested domain. The ships of the 3rd Squadron could not close to within 100 yards of the Primal, nor could their cannons pierce his defenses.
I have read the reports, Master Thancred. Our warships may as well have been bloody pleasure barges for all the good they did. 7 hells! Is there no way that we might strike back?
The Company of Heroes defeated Leviathan, having first lured him into an inlet, but we must needs contend with him upon the open sea. It will avail us little to consult past experience.
Admiral, if I may.
Speak freely, Marshal.
By all accounts, Leviathan's most formidable weapon is the very sea itself. Waves and whirlpools, tides and currents, all these things are his to command. The key to victory, I believe, lies in disarming our foe. This, in effect, is what the Company of Heroes achieved with their ruse. We cannot lure Leviathan from the sea a second time. But what if we could weaken his hold upon the element of water? I have heard of devices capable of such wonders. They draw upon the power of corrupted crystals, I am told. If mounted upon a ship, such a device might be used to prevent Leviathan from bringing the full force of the sea to bear against us, rendering him no more dangerous than any other sea serpent.
It sure sounds like it, doesn't it? It's definitely not the voice
Of
I would give.
course! Sid built a similar device to grant the Enterprise safe passage through Garuda's Tempest, did he not?
Definitely not the voice I would have pegged him to have.
Begging your pardon, my lady, but to give credit where it's due, this is something I heard from an old arcanist friend of mine.
It makes little difference who thought of it first, so long as it works. Beg the specifications of this device from your friend, and I shall pass them on to our people at Naldic and Vermelis. But before we proceed any further, I would voice one concern. Piercing Garuda's defenses is one thing. Suppressing Leviathan's attacks, quite another. In matters of science, I am as a babbling babe. But I cannot well imagine that such a feat would be possible without a veritable mountain of corrupted crystals. The question being, do we have a ship big enough to bear such a burden?
Mayhap not, Admiral, but two might. Recall you the tale of Mistbeard's greatest haul? It is said that he lashed two ships together, side by side, the better to bear his plunder. By your leave, we might attempt to repeat the trick. The gods know it would be quicker than building a new vessel.
Mistbeard did this. Truly, Marshal, upon the subject of the Pirate King, you are as a scholar.
Now, from what I have gleaned of these matters, the device will need to be in close and constant proximity to the target. To wit, we must lash our twin vessel to Leviathan. This in itself will be no small feat. Ramming speed will be required, but given the weight of the cargo, that will only be attainable with the aid of a towing vessel. Suffice it to say, the task of piloting said vessel will entail considerable danger, and I would not ask it of another. I volunteer myself.
Twill be dangerous for all involved, but we have no better recourse. Very well.
Which Star Trek movie are you referring to?
Commodore, assemble the remnants of the fleet at Morabee Bay. Give priority to our soundest vessels. The repairs can wait. Storm Marshal Slafierson, command of the operation is yours. I want that twin vessel ready to sail post-haste.
At once, Admiral.
I don't know if I've seen that one, personally.
And then there is the small matter of slaying the beast. The fate of Limsa Lominsa rests upon your shoulders once again. Go well, warrior of light.
Trying to think. Worf was with. Hold on, let me. I was gonna say, let me try to figure out how to permit you via Movebot. I forget how. One sec. So literally just. Alright, try her again. Oh wait, hold on. This might take a minute. That's first contact I sort of. Yeah, that one I don't think I remember seeing, but that might be something I have to go into here. Okay. You should be good for another couple more minutes. Try the link again. Oh, damn it. Oh, I tried. That might be something I have to change later via mod or something. You probably put it up on like, I was about ready to say that. And, yeah, let's continue on. Beings held as gods also exist in what you call the Far East. Legends tell us that they walked among us in days of yore, but I confess that I never truly believed them. That I should live to behold one is humbling and horrifying in equal measure. Now that I have come face to face with the Primal, I do begin to understand why the Guardians fear them so. What is it? Message, Admiral. I judge it best that it be delivered at once. I am listening. According to the Yellow Jackets, a man has appeared who claims to have defeated Leviathan. One of the company of heroes? The details are yet hazy, Admiral. We have dispatched one of our own to question the individual. I am disinclined to put any store by this claim, and even should it be true, it is as Shirtolos said, none save the company of heroes have bested Leviathan, and we know how they went about it. If this man is of their number, what can he tell us that we do not know already? And yet, having wagered Lim's survival on 2 ships, some rope, and a pile of crystals, can we afford to ignore this man? If his testimony could yield us any manner of advantage, should we not hear it? Damn it all. The twin vessel will soon be ready. We have no time to wait for the Maelstrom's report on this supposed Primal Slayer's claims. Linkus, seek him out, and learn what he knows. At the very least, it will spare you the torment of waiting for the reckoning in idleness. The man you are looking for is believed to be a resident of Greyfleet in Lower La Nocia. The Storm Private sent to question him should already be in the vicinity. May your journey prove fruitful. Alright. Port here. I'm going to take my first break of the day. Stand up, stretch my legs, refresh my water, all that good stuff. Implore all of you out there to do the same. I will be back shortly, folks. Don't go anywhere. Alright folks, welcome back. We back from break. She took one, hope yours went well. Let's see this supposed nerd who allegedly fought Leviathan, allegedly killed it, and allegedly knows how to do it. Yeah, I literally do not remember hardly anything about the story content in these patches, so this is relatively, I almost want to say, somewhat blind. Wait a second, I think I know who it is. Yeah, this bastard. Now look here, you have your bloody story right after you carry those sacks of grain over to the mill. But sir, that's what you said before you had me pick up those oranges for you. And before I mucked out the chocobo stables. And before I rolled that millstone over to the mill. And also before... Gods, man, I've worked 3 days straight without a wink of sleep. 3 days! You hear me complaining? I suppose it's some of us ain't used to rougher stuff. Alright, I'll give you what you want. Never let it be said that old Tractum ain't your generous soul. Now pick up your ears, because I won't be repeating myself. Too modest, see? Besides, there's only so much epicness a man can take in one sitting. You can't... Where's a sun hat with an axe? This guy, apparently, with a chocobo tattoo. The tale of Tractorum's epic victory over the dread primal Leviathan. Now, Leviathan is huge, make no mistake. To give you an idea of how big, each one of his scales is about as wide as me members long, and that ain't no mean feat, let me tell you. When I fought him, I could barely see for all the brine he was pelting me with. Must have been a lagoon's worth at least. He even knocked me trusty axe out of my hands with one stage. Of course, that proved to be a grave mistake. What happened next? Well, I grabbed him by the tail and tied him up in knots. But not wanting to take all the glory for myself, I let we mates in the company of heroes handle the rest. Like I said, I'm modest as well as heroic. Mayhap too modest. Now, there's some that say you can never truly beat Leviathan. You've got to learn to live with them and make the best of a bad situation. Not the company, though. It's you! I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I was just enjoying the attention is all. I take back everything I said. I was never part of the company of heroes. I'm no marauder. I'm actually a complete coward. I'm nothing but chocobo dung. No, I'm the maggots you find wiggling in chocobo dung. I have to lie to women to tumble them, and that ain't happening much. Remember, it's tiny. It's God just went full straight on True Lies. I don't know if you've seen True Lies, but that car salesman at the Arnold Schwarzenegger's and Tom Arnold. Is it Tom Arnold? His character's like scared the crap out of because he's trying to bang Arnold's character's wife. I sure as hell didn't fight Leviathan, but I have seen him with my own eyes. It was a fair few years back when I was working as a baker's hand. I was shirking me duties one day loitering around the harbor when I saw it. A great big massive sea serpent coming from Mom's off the coast with a fleet of galleons making it straight for cannons firing. I was so bloody scared I soiled myself right then and there. Oh gods, just remember the days made me soil myself all over again. Hey, wait, if you're asking about Leviathan, it means you're planning to fight him, aren't you? Well, take care. He really is terrible. Dreadful, I tell you. If you're not careful, you'll end up in his gullet or at the bottom of the sea. Why, you worthless lying whoreson! I can't believe you made me handle Chocobo dumb! I guess this is Midfilia. Were you able to learn aught of use against Leviathan? Beg your pardon? Leviathan? I see. That is unfortunate. At any rate, I have tidings for you. The twin vessel is now complete. We await you at the Morebury dry docks. Pray make your way here as soon as you are able. I'm going to get a lot of use out of that emote. I'm probably going to go back later tonight whenever I'm off stream to screenshot that little bit of a little bit of dialogue. I'm told your jaunt to the great fleet proved fruitless. My sympathies, lad. I wager, sir, to take your mind off the events of recent days, though. But enough of that nonsense. Moment of truth is upon us. The twin vessel, the Whirl Eater I call her, is complete, and she surpasses all my expectations, in addition to her prodigious tonnage. She has been fitted with a platform that you and yours might maneuver freely in battle. I would mention also that she is nigh unsinkable, but I'm not one to tempt fate. The Whirl Eater and her crew stand ready, my friend. Just give the word, and we shall bear you to Leviathan. I know that look. You are ready. Having been constructed in some haste, the Whirl Eater may not be pretty, but I assure you she's capable. She has been fitted with our friends, and Naldic and Vimels are calling an elemental converter. Assuming the thing works, it will use the power of the corrupted crystals on board to rob Leviathan of his hold over water. Depending on how the battle unfolds, you may well need to activate the device manually. Keep that in mind. Don't think I'll need to do it, but okay. It is expected that the Sahagin and their thralls will attempt to come to Leviathan's defense. Accordingly, the Maelstrom will once again employ diversions. Dankard and Y'shtola, I would have you assist in this effort. If it is to fulfill its purpose, your diversionary force must not want for numbers. By your leave, I too would volunteer my blade. We would welcome it. Having seen you fight in Sapsa, I dare say the fishbacks will find your presence highly diverting. Dankard and Y'shtola, if you would join the third levy, and Lady Ygiri, the fifth. But what words have I for the man who has made a sport for slaying gods? Only these. Go warily, for the sea is an unforgiving place to wage war. May the navigator guide you through the storm, warrior of light. I would echo the Admiral's sentiments and add a few words of mine own. Know that we all have the utmost faith in you, Lincus. May the crystal bless and keep you. I'm gonna try and one-shot it. I doubt it was gonna work, but I'm gonna try and one-shot it. Sorry, it's a trial. Read the description. The Sahagin, reviled beast tribe native to the Indigo Deep, have succeeded in summoning forth their voracious god, the primal Leviathan. Should the mighty serpent be allowed to unleash a tidal wave, the entire city of Limzo Imensa will be swept into the sea. Faced with watery oblivion, the leaders of the Maelstrom have conceived a desperate plan. By lashing together 2 warships and filling their holds with corrupted crystals, they hope to pierce the Lord of the World's defenses and give a chosen few the chance to dispatch the Primal with courage and steel. The World Eater sits in the bay with her towing vessel, the Triumph, awaiting but the command to cast off. Thank you very much. I will. We'll give it a try. Didn't work. Shot it. Didn't even do 10k. Excellent. It is one-shottable in extreme. I did do it as a blue mage. Hit him pretty hard with the final sting, but got there. Yeah, Blue Mage though. What is it? Bristle, Moon Flute, Final Sting. Like 300k damage. Whatever you were called. Okay. I'm not going anywhere. Knowing the urgency of your business, I thought it best to refrain from making conversation during your past few visits, but today I will permit myself a few words. I feel truly privileged to have the honor of admitting a hero such as you. You are an inspiration to us all, sir. And on that note, the Admiral waits you in the command room. Did I say anything?
We Lominsons are sworn to strive, till sea swallows all. And swallow all it would have, had Leviathan prevailed. That we still strive now, we owe in no small part to you. Not for the first time, you have delivered Limsa Lominsa from the wrath of a primal. Never has our nation known a stouter ally. On behalf of my people, I give you my humblest thanks. 'Tis meet that I give thanks to old Mistbeard, too, for his fine solution. Whatever else he may have been, 'tis clear he was a resourceful soul. Would that I had a man like him in my service.
Before I set foot in these lands, I had no inkling that the people of Eorzea contended with such mighty foes. Suffice it to say, their existence came as something of a shock, as did the idea that they could be defeated. This experience has served to remind me of the vastness of the world, and the boundless potential of man. Though I am but a refugee in this realm, I would fain be of use to you in your fight. Know that I am tutored in one of the foremost combat arts of the Far East. It may seem outlandish to the Eorzean eye, but should any of your people care to learn, I would be pleased to initiate them.
And I will see to it that they are grateful. I have no doubt that your knowledge and skills will serve us well. Besides, your art is not so outlandish as you think. Would you not agree, Master Thancred?
Naught escapes your searching eye, Admiral. Few are privy to this information, but Limsa Lominsa is home to a certain secret fraternity. Its members are trained in a form of combat not unlike your own. By my judgment, it should not be beyond such individuals to adapt to the techniques I witnessed you employing with such admirable deftness.
I am heartened to hear this. I too noted a kinship between your style and mine own, though it seemed to me that you fought differently in the beginning.
I suppose I did. What can I say? I'm a man of many talents.
Though you may labor to believe it, Thancred was once something of a scoundrel who fraternized with the criminal class in these parts.
Yestola! You jest, of course.
But for a chance encounter with Alphino's grandsire, he might never have left Limsa Lominsa, or received an education in Sharlayan, or taken up his post in Uldar, which is where he trained in the blade, lest you wonder.
Minfilia, please!
Oh, poor Thancred getting bullied.
It would seem there is more to you than meets the eye, Master Thancred.
Lady Yugiri, I am told that you and yours came to Eorzea seeking permanent resettlement, and that many domins have since been engaged as frontier hands at Revenant's Toll. Moderna is many things, but a place of refuge it is not. Know that I would like nothing better than to furnish your people with a new home here on Lominsan soil. Alas, racked by instability as we are, our nation is in no fit state to take you in. Yet I'll not have it said that we turned a blind eye to your suffering. Until such time as we can do more, I pledge to send provisions.
We are in your debt, Admiral. I realize that it scarce qualifies as repayment. But if it please you, I shall set about sharing my martial knowledge with your people at once.
And that is the lore reason behind ninjas and rogues being in Limsa. Fair enough.
You wished a word in private.
The better not to spoil the festive mood. History repeats itself, Admiral. As the kobolds did before them, the Sahagin resorted to summoning their god over a territorial feud. They acted in self-preservation. It may be that the Sahagin initiated this particular clash, but how it begins does not interest me so much as how it ends.
I have not forgotten our conversation, Y'ashtola. I am aware that man bears part of the blame for the Primal's existence. Nor am I ignorant of the Sahagin's reason for acting. They sought to secure a place to breed and multiply that their kind might survive. Self-preservation, as you say. But we have as much right to live and thrive as they. If our own survival is threatened, are we to lay down our arms and welcome oblivion? Nay.
And so you kill, that you might live. Yet if living is a right, then that right belongs to all peoples, be they men or beastmen.
I'll not deny your reasoning. But when a storm gathers, it falls to me to see my people safely through it. That is my duty, and I shall do it.
As must we all, Admiral. Stay the course then, but know that it will lead to no good end.
Man has ever put himself first and foremost. To justify his actions, he clads himself in the armor of righteousness, though it be a fancy of his own making. In this, mayhap the Garleans and we Domans are not so different.
Eorzea has become as a raging sea. If we are to keep our heads above the waves, we cannot scruple to drown the man next to us. When hopes of coexistence founder, strength must determine who has the greater right to live.
how plot threads open up as early as here that don't get resolved until literally 3 expansions later. The Admiral has informed me of the arrangement. I have in my keeping a letter of introduction for Lady Yugiri. To the south stands a gate leading to a pier for smaller fishing vessels. Look for an inconspicuous Huron man there and present the letter to him. He serves as gatekeeper of sorts. Now, before you go, I am obliged to remind you of the members of the fraternity for which you will be introduced abide in the shadows of the Linton Society. They value their independence more highly than pirates and are united by a bond stronger than mithril. To wit, they are invariably wary of new faces. Though it be penned by the Admiral herself, mere words on parchment will only get you so far into their confidence. You must work for every ounce of trust they place in you. But here's the letter. Go to the aforementioned place and show it to the aforementioned Amanda, and good luck. Shadowy woman and inconspicuous man. Your business with me, Venture. So you're the man the Admiral sent word of. I'll open my kids a clear with tank or two. Been a while since I saw a shite and grin. What with all the doe-eyed wenches about, I expect he's got his hands full. Ah, you must be the Far Easterner that Mowib says wants to train with us. Welcome to Limsa, my lady. I am Yugiri of Doma. 'Tis an honor to make your acquaintance. I must confess, when I learned about your organization, I had certain preconceptions as to the nature of your membership. Would seem I was mistaken. Well, you're not the first person to say that, lass. This is a city of pirates, to be sure, and pirates don't give two farts about keeping a spotless reputation. They hardly need a secret society to do the dirty work. Might be as my people and I keep to the shadows, but we got nothing to be ashamed of. It's simply better for business that we remain unseen. And so you have developed fighting techniques suited to this purpose, I see. Know that the practitioners of my art too are denizens of shadow. 'Tis in stealth that our strength lies. There is much we might learn from one another, I think. What in the seven hells are we waiting for? If you've come with us, you agree of do-what's-it, we can get acquainted in more private surrounds. That didn't come out right, did it? Master Linkus, I shall remain with these people for a time, that I might study their ways. Though I am loath to be separated from my countrymen, I take solace in the knowledge that they are in the best of hands. You have been a true friend to us, Domans. No words would suffice to express my gratitude. Ere long, I hope to begin imparting my martial knowledge to the people of Eorzea. When that time comes, it would be my honor to welcome you as a student. Yeah, Ninja scares the hell out of me, sorry. Much and more has occurred ever since I first beheld Eorzea from the galleon's deck. Suffice it to say, I did not envisage being invited to play a part in your noble struggle. But forgive me, I have kept you over long. Doubtless you have pressing business of your own. Rest assured that I no longer require an escort in this land. When next you meet Lady Midfilia, pray relay to her my humblest thanks. Would that I could do so in person, but I must needs fulfill my promise to the Admiral. Till we meet again, warrior of light. gonna say that Thancred didn't used to be a gladiator, he used to be a rogue. But because Rogue wasn't in the game yet, he was a gladiator.
I have been reflecting upon the events which took place during our visit to Vilbrand. If you have a moment, I would share my conclusions with you. Please, bear with me. When the Sahagin Elder summoned Leviathan, he employed the power we have come to know as the Echo. Though I cannot well explain the how of it, it would seem he became immortal in so doing. When the Admiral subsequently slew him, his spirit emerged from his lifeless flesh, a consciousness shorn of physical form. Thus transfigured, he took up residence in the body of his minion with the ease of a man donning a favorite glove. Long have I known that the Echo allows one to pass through the walls of a man's soul. But never did I imagine that it could free us from our own flesh, no less that our souls could then occupy the next corporeal vessel to take our fancy. It was of this that Elizabeth spoke, an existence which knows neither cessation nor oblivion. And yet, though the Sahagin had mastered his gift and thereby become immortal, he was by no means invulnerable. As we both bore witness, he was ultimately absorbed into Leviathan. And the import of this observation? If the Ascians' mode of existence is indeed the same, it can be inferred that they too are not invulnerable, that they can be destroyed. There exists a legend which tells of souls who are reborn upon the cusp of each umbral calamity, that they might stay the encroaching darkness. To most, it is but a fairy tale, yet recent events have given me cause to wonder. Could the legend in fact refer to the Echo? Much and more yet remains unknown, but I am confident that all will become clear in time. For the present, however, what matters is that the key to defeating the Ascians may at last be within sight. With Urianger's aid, it is my hope that I shall fathom this matter ere long. Oh, I was just about to send for you, my friend. Is aught amiss?
Grave tidings from the Sharlayan motherland, my lady. It doth concern our distant allies, the students of Baldessian.
What of them?
My lady, the Isle of Val, which for many years hath been the Order's home, is no more.
No more? Whatever do you mean?
I relate only that which hath been conveyed unto me by our agents. An etheric wave of the highest magnitude was recorded in the region. Soon thereafter, 'twas observed that the isle had ceased to be. 'Tis postulated that a magic was evoked, like in power to Ultima.
12 preserve.
Smile.
If there are no other matters, I move that today's meeting be adjourned. It is done, my lord. I... Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but these orders, I am uncertain as to what end they serve.
Revolution.
Was that potato planning? I believe that is the official end of 2.2, so now we go on to patch 2.3. Our friends, the very isle itself, everyone and everything. No, it avails us not to speculate. Urianger will send word when there are any developments. Until such a time as he does, we must remain firmly focused on that which is within our power to change. With that in mind, I would speak of a different matter, one closer to home. It concerns etheric fluctuations which we had previously attributed to good King Mogul Mog XII. That the king is no more is a blessing for which we have you to thank. Yet all is not well within the Twelveswood. Our latest readings reveal an ongoing etheric disturbance of considerable magnitude. They may even suggest the presence of a primal. Needless to say, the mere possibility warrants immediate investigation, and I would have you... Ascilla, I do not wish to interrupt, but we have a problem. What manner of problem? A band of refugees, hailing from Oda this time, excuse me, have come to Revenant's Toll seeking asylum. It would seem that they expect us to hold the same treatment we gave the Domans. At present, they are in the seventh heaven awaiting a formal response. I see. Mayhap this was to be expected. I shall meet with them at once. Ascilla, you know full well we haven't the resources to accommodate many more people. Consider what will happen if you do this. Word will spread, and more will follow. Your opinion is duly noted, but I will hear their suit. I guess I should be grateful for your presence at this meeting. I'm going to assume probably Alamegans? Question mark? Like Alamegans. I apologize for keeping you waiting. My name is Minfilia, and I lead the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Troll be praised, it is you! We're ready and willing to work, same as the Domans. Just give us a task, and we'll see it done. Pray, calm yourselves. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I know naught of your situation. Beg your pardon, Antecedent. I ain't so good with words. We've been living off the scraps of Old Off for years now, trying to piece together a life to replace the one that got took. They say there's work, but there's not for an honest man. Not as wouldn't sully a soul sooner in those palms anywhere. The flames do what they can for us, of course, but it ain't near enough. And it's only getting worse. When the calamity brought us to our knees, those rich bastards in the city didn't help us up. They climbed on our backs. I don't pretend to be clever, but even I could see what's coming. I knew we had to run, but the only question was where. And then it came to me. Revenant's Toll. I mean, you took them foreigners in, didn't you? So you'd surely do the same for us. I fear the situation is rather more complicated. While it is true that we accepted the Doman's petition for aid, that decision was the product of extraordinary circumstances. I sympathize deeply with your plight, but pray understand it is not possible for an organization of our means to aid all who has been affected by the calamity. And so it is with great regret that I must deny your request. But we've nowhere else to go. You're turning your back on us. If I might have a word. Tataru is aught amiss. Ill tidings from Ul'dah, my lady. Alphinaud has been wounded. What? How? Is it serious? I cannot say for certain, but I fear it might be. According to the flames, the refugees started a riot. They went wild, apparently, lashing out at Eddie and everyone. That can't be right. Why would they? It must have been provoked. The demonstration was meant to be peaceful. Seven hells. Now the Blades have an excuse. They'll round up and kill anyone who tries to resist. Antecedent, please. If you want to help us build a new life, at least help us keep the ones we've got. My lady? We are not ones to stand idly by and watch innocents suffer. However, until we know more of the circumstances surrounding this riot, I am not certain with aid, if any, we can provide. If the authorities determine that the refugees attacked without provocation, then those responsible will have to answer for their actions. How can you be so blind? Find Alphinaud and quickly. If he is in danger, or worse, I would have you and none other by his side. Yep. Thank you. Pray do not concern yourself with the matter we were discussing earlier. Ida and Papa Lima will see to it. Alphinaud is being treated at the Hourglass. Hurry, Linkus. Adamant that the guy's super adamant that they didn't start it. Someone else did. I think they would also chill and peaceful. What's this about you getting hurt?
You must have gathered by now that Tataru is given to exaggeration. As you can see, I am quite well. Ul'dah, on the other hand, is not. This riot was anything but an isolated incident. There is a restlessness in the air. Tensions long simmering are at last threatening to boil over. Ul'dah is a nation infamous for the great disparity between the wealthy and the poor. The majority of the populace accepts this state of affairs because they believe that every man bears responsibility for his own lot in life. To an Ul'dah, money is the foremost, and some would say the only measure of a man's worth. Small wonder that the wealthiest wield the greatest influence.
And they're all
So where do the refugees fit into this social hierarchy? What place is there for those who fled Alamigo and the destruction of the Calamity?
They're all Lalafels, and they're all dicks.
Plainly, there is none. They have no wealth, no power, and no worth. To the Ul'dah way of thinking, they may as well not exist.
Something tells me you won't
Choosing
get
to
that call
ignore
back.
their
What happened?
existence, however, is patently not an option. General Rauban and the Sultana understand this, which is why they ordered the Immortal Flames to provide the refugees aid and succor. Yet none would dispute that the expenses incurred by this policy grow by the day, with no end in sight. This has prompted more and more Uldans to question their obligation to aid these worthless wanderers. while more and more refugees have come to resent their treatment at the hands of the sneering citizenry.
Shivering attention. Bet that person calls you 5
The
minutes before
manner
your
of
shift
Lord
ends.
Lolorito's refusal to grant the Domans asylum bespoke a disdain for all refugees, an attitude shared by the rest of the monetarists. And you may be sure they make no effort to conceal their opinions. It was only a matter of time before the refugees united in protest, nor is it any surprise that some among them would ultimately resort to violence. That the immortal flames should choose this of all occasions to engage in joint training exercises with the other Grand Companies. By the time they return, the situation may well have deteriorated beyond mending.
Yeah, that's fair. If a person isn't inconsiderate like you say they are. What was this name? Non-numbers username 4. What? Okay, that's a username. Then you have taps left next to you. Yeah, some of these sprout names are certainly a thing. As I told you before, it was all but inevitable that an incident of this kind would eventually occur, given the rising tensions between the Sultanate. Nevertheless, I have reason to believe that this particular riot may not have begun spontaneously. If I piqued your curiosity? Good. Then you will accompany me to the Hall of Flames. I would hear what General Waban has to say upon the matter. I think I saw earlier today somebody named another WoW refugee or something like that. I was like, how'd that name not get taken already? Yeah, we'll take all the WoW refugees that the servers can handle. Now is not a good time, Link, as my hands are full dealing with the refugees. Precisely the matter we wish to discuss, General. Alphino, back on your feet already. You may credit my swift recovery to your Kyurgans. My memories of the riot are still somewhat muddled. I trust you managed to regain control of the situation. Not entirely. We secured the city soon enough, but not before the unrest had spread to surrounding territories. Pockets of resistance remain throughout Thanalan. We have sent what forces we can spare to root out the last of the belligerents, but progress is slow. They're damnably elusive. I can well imagine. Given that the majority of refugees live outside the walls, it stands to reason that they would know the lay of the land. What I do not understand is how they came to be so well prepared. Before my little accident, I observed that several of the refugees were armed, and not with butcher blades or pitchforks, but with martial weaponry. I need hardly add that such equipment is costly. None can deny that tensions between the Old Oz citizenry and the refugee population have increased since the Domans were turned away. But would that motivate a starving man to purchase arms in lieu of food? I think not. And what of those who have not even a single guild to spend, who cannot survive without the aid provided by the immortal flames? Surely they would sooner sell a weapon than bring it to bear against the benefactors. Come to the point. Very well. My point, General, is that this powder keg of discontent was not set alight by chance. These events were deliberately set in motion, and now order must be restored. That is my first duty. Until it is done, any investigation can wait. I do not have time to discuss this. My scouts will be returning anon. General is no fool. He keeps his own counsel, and with good cause. Were he to claim, without the necessary proof, that these riots were instigated by outside forces, the monitors would accuse him of attempting to shirk responsibility. After all, he and the Sultana have been the most outspoken proponents of refugee aid. Regardless, they will face harsh criticism in the days ahead. Our allies may stumble upon the truth in time, but I have far more faith in your abilities, Lycus. Therefore, I propose we conduct our own investigation, independent of the authorities. To that end, I would have you make inquiries in the settlement suspected of harboring belligerents. Commander Swift will know which they are. He may balk at a request for such information, but I have no doubt you can persuade him with your silver tongue. I just nod, dude. I, meanwhile, shall seek answers in my own way, after which we can regroup and share our findings. Well then, shall we? Curious what story you got when you said speaking of. Or are you off here? Hey, you look as though you have something to say, Lycus. Do you? What you ask is no simple favor. For such information to fall into the wrong hands, the lives of countless soldiers will be at risk. Even so, there is wisdom in your words. An able individual may well be better suited to this task than a regiment. Very well. Brass Blades have reported suspicious activity in the vicinity of Lost Hope. It may be unrelated to recent events, but we doubt it. I suggest you begin by speaking to the Blades prisoner there. Where is Lost Hope? There is Lost Hope. Alright, Chet. We'll report over there, and we'll take a second break of the night. Stand up, refresh my water, stretch my legs, all that good stuff. Implore you folks to do the same if you can. Don't go anywhere. Be back soon. back from break. Hope you folks enjoyed your breaks if you took one. Now, let's figure out why these riots are happening, yeah? See who's behind it. Certainly couldn't be a Lalafell behind it. What brings you here, Adventure? Search for refugees? Well, then you've come to the right place. Ah, you mean those refugees? Oh no, you won't find them here. Most of the people of Lost Hope have come to accept their situation, and are content to pass their days in peace and quiet. Outsiders have trouble understanding that, like that merchant who passed through recently. Gregarious fellow, but awfully opinionated. Can't say I was sad to see him go. I expect them to send you, Linkus. I take it this means someone has read my report. Refugees who left with a merchant have yet to return, and I'm increasingly concerned that Zazawaka's suspicions were correct. You haven't the foggiest what I'm talking about, do you? Never mind. Speak with Zazawaka. He'll explain everything. Don't hurt me! I'm not one of them! Wait, I know your face. Are you not the man from the Church of Saint Adamelanma? 1,000 pardons, my friend. I thought I mistook you for one of the thugs who have been tormenting us. If Leolfric bids you speak with me, then I take it you've agreed to help. 12 be praised for that, because we haven't a moment to waste. Everyone knows the flames are on the march. You guys have fallen under that fanatic spell, but not I. Promises of revolution and retribution, of holding the ruling class to account and taking that which is owed. Ha! A childish fantasy. I did everything I could to dissuade the leaders from leaving, but few would heed my words. Now that one of the idealists has returned, however, the madness of the merchant's plan is for all to see. Is plain for all to see. Look behind yonder tent, and you will understand why. Even now he babbles incoherently, so traumatized is he by the bloodshed we witnessed. Try as I might, I can make little sense of the words beyond the fact that he was not alone in surviving. Yet I have no doubt that merchant will lead the remainder to their doom. I beg of you, find him before he does. What are you doing? Don't draw! Why didn't you run away with me? We could have escaped together. Then you'd be here with me, to be here to soothe me. Why did you have to stay and leave me alone? Bray, calm down. Who are you? What do you want? It's true. I followed the merchant, and may the gods strike me down for my folly. What they will not give, you must take, he said. When we asked how, he revealed a cache of weapons he had bought and implored us to seize control of our fates. I thought about running then and there, but the others were so excited. He split us into 2 troops, set us off on our own. But when the flames found us, we didn't know what to do. Our leader tried to parley with theirs, but then they started arguing, and then fighting, and then everyone was fighting. The flames were shouting to give no quarter, and God's the other group. They're still out there. If we don't stop them, they'll be massacred like mine was. But the refugees are hiding in the caves south of Lost Hope. But to approach them would be fruitless. They would sooner call us agents of the Sultanate and try to kill us and listen to reason. Why, the twins might even deign to do the deed themselves. Pox and all bloody sellswords. They were supposed to train us to fight, but the ones he sent with us vanquished during the struggle. Oh, if only we had never listened to that merchant's ridiculous claims. He said our cause was righteous, but that the gods would never suffer us to be defeated. If they were forced to confront reality. That's it. Challenge the twins to combat and show my brethren that the strongest warriors are no match for one man. Mayhap then they will agree to lay down their arms and renounce this plot. Okay. Oh wait, that's right. They're down here anyway. Follow the river, forehead. Seven hells, they found us. Everyone, grab your gear and make for the rendezvous point. What's your game, is it? Sorry to disappoint you, lad, but we're more than willing to kill you ourselves. I literally auto-attacked him and he died. You're a lot of so absolutely get spanked. You beat them like it was nothing. Oh, almighty, what are we gonna do now? Terrified refugee. You've returned. Did you find my brethren? What of the twins? What happened? I see. Well, you had no choice. Better that a handful of them take a beating from you than to get butchered by the flames. Tell me, what did the merchant have to say when it was over? He just said, what are we gonna do? Oh wait, there wasn't a merchant. Huh? But where else would he be? Unless he went to Stone Store to recruit others. The merchant wished to purge refugees in Stone Store, but was waiting until the flames withdrew their forces from the vicinity. Now that they have, there's nothing to stop him from continuing his work. How many more must perish in the pursuit of this futile cause? How much more suffering must be endured before it ends? Find him. Convince him to cease his mad quest. It will surely lead us to ruin. I know you didn't just jump, Chocobo. Come on. And fly. This Ellie. Have you seen my parents? Just got here. What's up? They told me to stay here with the others. They said we'd be back soon, but it's been days. They left with a man from Ulda. Then they said they were going to change everything. Make it so that we could live inside the walls with everyone else. I liked it when he said that. I didn't like it when he talked about making the rich people pay. Everyone looked so angry and I got scared. Say, mister, are you looking for someone? Looking for a merchant. You mean the man who left with my parents? But I don't know where he... Wait, look, over there. I think that's him. Well, now, which of these gullible fools shall be the next victim? You? He's getting away. Go get him, mister. It's okay, kid. I got a chocobo, and it flies. Like all the guards are right there. And... You again? Why are you pursuing me? I'm on to you, buddy. Sedition? Treason? Revolution? That's preposterous. Who has filled your head with these lies? Refugees? Self-same refugees who terrorize the streets of Hoda? Ha! You have no evidence to prove your accusations. None. We got a couple people. No, I will not accompany you to the Hall of Flames. You have no right to detain me. Is that a fact? For the sake of argument, let us say I did do the things you claim. Surely you don't think I give a Kirkin's eyes about politics? Business. Only business. You looking for a way to run, buddy? We both know I am not the one you want. However, if you agree to protect me, I swear I shall tell you everything. Alright. Well. What's all this commotion? 7 hells. Tell the others to spread out and search the area. The killer may still be close. Hold, adventurer. I would know more about your relationship with the victim, as well as the events leading up to his death. Well, I was tracking him down because he was a bit of a dickhead. The man was responsible for the recent riots. Mayhap we always murder a bit better gratitude. In any case, it is obvious you are not the one whom we seek. You may carry on with your investigation, Scion. Hey, I found a guy, but got axed by one of his superiors, probably. That Kel'Thas Sunstrider? Yes, it is. What news, Linkus? Where's the merchant? Oh, he took an arrow to the chest. Murdered? Damn it all to the 7th hell. Oh, for that sprout it was. He was not simply murdered, Linkus. He was silenced. Too many knew his face, and he was ready to divulge his secrets. Do not despair, though. We may be closer to identifying the true orchestrator of these riots than we realize. Now, the Flame General left worried that you were to proceed of a fragment chamber as soon as you return. He wishes to discuss your recent discoveries, as well as the results of your own investigation. Master Alpha Node has already been informed and should be waiting for you outside. Pray proceed to the Royal Promenade with all haste and speak with Bartholomew. See, that's the true ending of Kel'Thas Sunstrider. Tempest Keep was a setback. We chopped his head off, and why can I not remember the name of that dungeon? The 5-man Tempest Keep dungeon. Lopped his head off in there, and then he got transported over to here. Magister Terrace, that's what it was. I missed that dungeon. I wonder how many of these Sproutlings are watching 2.55. We've been expecting you, sir. Please proceed inside.
Commander Swift has kept us apprised of your recent activities. You've made great strides towards quelling the violence.
Despite our best efforts to determine what provoked this uprising, truth continues to elude us. Have you uncovered aught which might shed some light on the mystery?
Nice, Drifter. Nice.
This information does not leave this room.
Kind of a bummer what happened to him, but that's a whole nother conversation.
The Syndicate's decision to reject the Doman refugees' appeal for asylum had lasting repercussions. A number of those displaced by the calamity claimed it was proof of a policy of discrimination. Together with a group of Alamegan refugees, they organized a series of demonstrations to protest against the Sultanate. Demonstrations which became heated, but did not descend into violence. Until a certain incident served as a call to arms.
A unit of brass blades sent to supervise a demonstration loosed arrows upon unarmed protesters. It was this atrocity which prompted the refugees to take up arms. I need not tell you what followed.
So the brass blade started
We
shit.
assumed at first that the attack was born of a miscommunication. When emotions run high, they happen. But suspicions were raised regarding the unit's commanding officer, whom I ordered interrogated. Sure enough, our fears were soon confirmed. The dog confessed that a merchant had offered him coin to give the order. A merchant in the employ of Teleji Adeleji.
Teleji Adeleji. But he spoke in favor of the Doman's cause, and has ever seemed sympathetic towards the refugees' plight. Why would he do such a thing?
Calm down there, Afterno. You might show
Know you of
emotion.
the Cartano Reclamation Bill? It is a proposal to annex the Cartano Flats so that refugees may establish permanent settlements.
When last I looked, that was disputed territory.
Aye. Some might even call it a battlefield.
Technically is a battlefield we queue for PvP almost all the time.
The destruction wrought by Bahamut was greatest at the Cartano Flats. That much is common knowledge. What is less well known is that his rampage laid bare ancient Alagon ruins, of which no record existed. There are certain differences of opinion as to how these ruins should be handled, which is why each nation maintains a military presence in the region to this day. Yet differ though we may, we are still allies. Therefore, in the interest of preserving the Eorzean alliance, we have reached an agreement. Any conflict which may arise during the course of military exercises in the region shall have no bearing on relations between our nations. In full knowledge of this delicate state of affairs, Teleji Adeleji proposed the Cartano Reclamation Bill.
Is that literally how they explain PvP?
A shameless, bloody ruse which stands to benefit him in but one conceivable way. If successful, he will gain control over the disputed territory under the guise of assisting in the resettlement effort. And you can be sure he'll build an orphanage next to every Alagon ruin.
The man would threaten the unity of the Eorzean alliance and risk countless lives for personal gain.
He walks a path all his own, independent of any faction and beholden to none of his fellows on the Syndicate.
By inciting the less fortunate to violence, he hopes to convince others that the Cartano Reclamation Bill is the only viable solution. His sympathy for the plight of the Domans was not but posturing to gain credibility with the refugees. Of that there can be no doubt.
Forgive me, but what could possibly motivate Teleji Adeleji to go to such lengths? What is so special about these ruins that he would risk his position on the Syndicate, and, most likely, charges of treason against the Sultanate?
Omega.
Pardon?
Oh yeah, Omega was
An
the one
Oligon
way back
monstrosity,
when.
not unlike the Ultima weapon. Mayhap larger, we know not. It has yet to be fully excavated. Oligon inscriptions indicate that it was created to fell Bahamut himself. If accurate, it might explain why Nail Van Darnus chose to bring the Red Moon down upon the Cotonou Flats. Given the ends he went to ensure Eorzea's annihilation, destroying the one weapon which could stay the Elder Primal may well have seemed like good sense.
When first I bore witness to the power of the Ultima weapon, I doubted the evidence of my senses. And now you tell me there is another such weapon, one which could contend with Bahamut. Bahamut!
Aye, we were skeptical ourselves. Truth be told, until the Ultima weapon's existence came to light, we thought the inscription had been mistranslated.
At present, Omega is more akin to a fossil than a tool of war, having long since ceased to function. As such, its true potential cannot accurately be gauged. However, if someone were to restore it, as the Garleans did the Ultima weapon, I have little doubt that he would wield untold power.
Power enough to subjugate Uldar like as not, and the rest of Eorzea besides, which is doubtless why Teleji Adeleji yearns to have it.
That he should aspire to world domination. He who has ever walked 2 paces behind Lord Lolorito in matters of commerce.
'Tis in acknowledgement of his own limitations that he seeks this power. Woe betide us all should we allow him to have it.
Pray waste no time chasing rats. Only a fool would believe that secrets can be kept in Uldar.
It would seem the implications of the Sultanate's refugee problem are rather more far-reaching than we assumed.
Yeah, I forgot Omega was mentioned as far back as like... It was mentioned in 2.0. I should be glad to know the truth, and yet the thought that all this chaos was a product of one man's lust for power sickens me. How long do you think they intend to hide the existence of Omega from the Scions? That they even felt the need to do so is most troubling. It would be in our best interest to know more of the military activities in the disputed territories. Fortunately, you are already well positioned to do so, Captain Drock. Play, keep us informed of any developments in Cartelo. Is that a special line because I'm a captain? And I've actually been there and done PvP? Begone, whelp! This is no place for children! I'm sorry. I was looking for you, mister. You said you were looking for the man who left with my parents. You know this girl. Yeah. Oh boy, the lag is real. Uh-oh. So you visited Stone's Throw as well. I see. Did you find the man? Were my parents with him? They were not, I'm afraid. However, I can think of several places where they might be. If you like, we can go and look for them together. Really? You'll help me look, mister? Of course. But first, I must needs finish speaking with my friend. He's telling me a secret, you see, so no one is allowed to listen. Mayhap you could wait for me by that pillar over there. We require but a moment. Okay, mister. I'll be waiting. I'll take her to the quicksand. Mayhap Momodi will know what to do. Legion of Garleans, an Aether-starved primal. Even dealing with an Ascian will be preferable to this charade. Sometimes I mere fear Minfilia is too ambitious. We rush hither and yon in response to threats as they arise, without concern for the strain it places on our limited resources, and ourselves. Mayhap the time has come for a change. Alpha No, don't get any ideas. It's just going to go badly. Linkus, this is Minfilia. I know this is sudden, but I must ask you to return to Revenant's Toll with all due haste. The situation in the Troll's Wood has taken a turn for the worse. I will explain in detail once you arrive. So, stuff's happening in the Troll's Wood. Something about a huge bearded dude. The Troll's Wood? And the primal threat she spoke of before has been confirmed. I have received no reports on Ixal activity, which leaves the Sylphs? Go, Linkus. You know as well as I that the appearance of a primal takes precedence over all else. Oh, and when you arrive, do inform the antecedent that while I am grateful for her concern, she needn't fear for my safety. I am more than capable of protecting myself. You're not, you're like... I can't even call you a summon. You're an Arcanist at this point. Even an Arcanist can summon something. I was going to call you a scholar, but a scholar summons a fairy. You don't. Far more preferable Kieran to spot than a certain one in Monster Hunter. God, I hated Kieran in Monster Hunter World. It is a relief to see you healthy and hale, Linkus. The latest news from Ul'dah was most disturbing. Hell yeah, a bunch of shit happened. Clearly, the only injuries Alphinaud suffered was to his ego. Doubtless it will heal ere long. The other scions will need to be present for this meeting. If you are ready to begin, I will summon them now. Thank you for responding to my call with such haste. Rest assured, I should not have summoned you were it not urgent. To business then. I have received some most disturbing news from the Order of the Twin Adder. They have reason to believe that the Sylphs may have called forth their revered guardian, the Primal Ramu. I'm sorry, may have. Then it is not certain. The Elder Seedseer informs us that the elementals themselves murmur of the Lord of Living's return to the forest. The Sylphlands, however, display no signs of undue commotion. Forgive me, antecedent, but that fact need not contradict the elemental's testimony. Unlike his more bellicose compeers, Garuda and so on, Ramu is reputed to act only in defense of his children. I imagine he would soon make his presence known if any were foolish enough to directly endanger the Sylphs of their territory. The abruptness of development concerns me. Are we not keeping a close watch on the touched ones and their movements? If preparations for a summoning ritual were indeed underway, it would surely not have escaped your notice. Oh, it didn't. I was pretty sure it was going to happen. Just not this soon. I beg your pardon? You foresaw this eventuality and did naught to prevent it. I told Papa Limo. I suppose I could have reported things to Minfilia earlier, but there honestly wasn't much we could do except wait and see. You know how the Sylphs feel about people poking around in their territory. They already summoned Ramu once right before the calamity. That was because the Carmelians came trampling through their forest. And so long as Castrum Orin stands, the Sylphs cannot be blamed for wishing to have their guardian deity on hand. In short, Ida and I are in agreement. The actions of the forest folk were inevitable and unavoidable. And I maintain the observation would have remained the best policy had it not been for the sudden influx of strangers into the Black Shroud. That, alas, we did not foresee. By all accounts, the recent violence in Ul'dah drove a number of refugees to seek safety under the concealing canopy of the trees. 'Tis like that the Sylphs perceived this panicked migration as yet another invasion, and quickened their efforts to summon their god. I am put in mind of Titan and the Kobolds. Once again, it is the affairs of men which have paved the way for a primal's coming. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder what manner of place Eorzea would be without the civilizing influence of mankind. Be that as it may, this regrettable development does afford a unique opportunity. Linkus, in your dealing with the Sylphs and Solus, you once succeeded in preventing an untimely conflict with Gridania. I wonder, might one who has treated with the Sylphs so fruitfully in the past not achieve similar success with their patron deity? If Ramu can be convinced of our intentions, it may be the first step to breaking the cycle of primal summoning. A fond hope. Were such a thing possible, we would not have been at war with the Beastmen since time immemorial. But maybe this time we can... Let us continue this discussion anon. We must needs first consult with the nation most afflicted by Ramu's presence. The Elder Seedseer has requested your personal involvement, Linkus. Pray report to Commander Hilu at Elder's Nest as soon as you are able. Steel yourself for the worst. While I hope for a peaceful solution to this matter, experience suggests that your meeting with the Lord of Levin will prove less than amicable. In such an event, your fellow Scions will of course lend you whatever support you require. I'll have to fight a man who's half man and half beard, and another half beard for good measure. I think that's how that quote goes. There's all the sprouts of Gridania. So many sprouts. Linkus of the Scions, your arrival has been most anticipated. The appearance of a primal has ever caused for alarm and unease. Though my men stand ready for any eventuality, I know none more qualified than you to snuff out this threat. Indeed, I would have you do so without delay. The Elder Seedseer, however, would speak with you first. She is of the opinion that your diplomatic, rather than martial skills, may better serve her cause. I will leave further explanation to our learned leader. Pray make your way to Nephesia's altar, and the conjurer in attendance will admit you to the lotus stand. Thick chick, huh? All of these names. The other scions have already arrived, sir. May I show you in? Yep, let's go. Oh, my sprint ran off. Damn.
Scions of the Seventh Dawn, on behalf of the people of Gridania, I bid you welcome. Your presence is of great comfort to us all in these days of uncertainty. I summoned you here to share tidings of a most urgent nature. But a short while ago, the great elemental spoke, and his voice was clarion in its intensity. Ramuh is returned unto the forest. Scarce had his words ceased to echo in mine ears when we were visited by an emissary from Little Solace. Our guest informs us that the Sylphs, too, have sensed the presence of the Lord of Levin. Though his exact whereabouts remain unknown, we may safely assume that the Primal was summoned within the heart of the Sylphlands. Unlike the other Primals you have encountered, Lord Ramuh is no raging avatar of destruction. He is revered as much for his wisdom as his strength, serving as both arbiter and guardian to his children. Given that we and the Sylphs found a way to share the Twelves Wood, it is my hope that this sagely immortal will be amenable to reason, and that conflict may be avoided. Blessed as you are with the power of the Echo, you are one of the few among us who may commune with a Primal without fear of influence. I would ask, therefore, that you represent us in this most delicate of negotiations. The Twelves Wood has suffered enough. Upon this, we and the Sylphs, and I would venture Lord Ramuh himself, are in perfect accord. Let us not endanger our shared home by engaging in unnecessary hostilities. Dear friend, I beseech you, safeguard the peace which exists between our peoples.
Yeah, okay, we'll do it.
You have my thanks. Pray make for Little Solace, then. A member of the Order of the Twin Adder awaits you there. He will advise you on how to find the Lord of Levin. An ill wind blows through the forest. Yet, it is not only the Twelves Wood that flinches at its coming. All the lands of Eorzea shiver in dread anticipation. Have care.
Yeah. Let's go back. Not teleport. Back to Sylphland, home of the Sylphs. Weakness of the Scions. Was told to expect you. I understand you go to treat with the Primal Ramuh himself. An inevitable task, but one for which I have no doubt you are well suited. I have been told that your fellow Scions are conducting an investigation of the area as we speak, that we might ascertain the location where the Lord of Levin might be found. I would ask that you abide here until they return with their findings. Alright. I was told that a messenger would be sent as soon as your fellow Scions finish their investigation. I do not imagine it will be much longer. This one returns, and returns with good tidings. Wise ones have finished searching, and have wisely identified the precise location where the Touched One summoned Lord Ramu. Your timing is impeccable, my fluttery friend. Will you be so kind as to escort this good man to his fellow Scions? It would be this one's pleasure, Walking One. Please come with this one. Yeah. Wise ones have ventured deep within the Sylphlands. This one must proceed carefully and keep an eye out for touched ones. I'm pretty sure I would have massacred a bunch of them if we didn't have flight, but okay. No, maybe not. Absolutely, you could have killed a frog though. Just out of sheer spite and rage. This one is most sorry, but this one can go no further. Draw too close to Lord Ramu, and this one may turn mean and nasty like touched ones. And so this one must say farewell for now. Walking One will find wise ones not far from here to the south. Go in safety, Walking One. Yep. Flutter away. Get out of here. Guys, anything? So it's actually you. I am relieved. For a moment, I thought we were dealing with another one of those confounded self tricksters. I swear, with them wreaking havoc with their skin-changing magics, it's a wonder I was able to finish taking my measurements. Yet it was quite the ordeal. You should have seen the look on Y'shtola's face when the one impersonating you suddenly showed up. Yeah, that's quite enough, Papa Limo. Do tell. No. My apologies. It's not like me to ramble so. At any rate, as I was saying, I have finished measuring etheric activity in the area, and I'm pleased to say I've reached an indisputable conclusion. To wit, that Ramu was called forth in the vicinity of the Sylph's Aetheryte. Come, Linkus, the Lord of Levin awaits.
Ainora betrays thee, servant of hiding.
That's not good. Hello.
Thou art the bringer of light, bane of Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, and Leviathan. I am Ramu, guardian of the children of the forest. Thou tramplest upon sacred soil, bringer of light. By what right doth man intrude in this sanctuary of the sylphs? The Gridanians proffer peace? Their words are born of delusion, thine offer an insult. Thou speakest of harmony, yet carest naught for my children's desires. They did but wish to dwell beneath these boughs in solitude. Yet even that was too much to ask of man.
Wasn't the Gridanians, dude.
Thus did they turn to me for succor. The sentence I pronounce upon thy kind is just. Gridanian or Garlean, it matters not. The good intent of one excuseth not the misdeeds of the other. Thy conflicts have brought naught but anguish and misery unto the forest. All blame doth lie with the darkness that resideth in the breast of man. Whence sprung this calamitous seed? In the beginning no such duality existed, for light and dark given form when man was born.
Technically?
It would explain much, not least why strife and sorrow follow ever in thy wake. Thou canst not deny the urgings of thine own nature. Knowing that thy mere presence here portendeth tragedy, wilt thou persist in this pretense of peacemaking? Thou bearest the crystal which I bestowed upon my wayward charges, that they should entrust so precious a gift to thee. Thou standest apart from thy kin. Thou art the bringer of light, aye. But there is something more in thee.
I forgot we were just given that crystal.
Very well. I shall consider thy proposal, shouldst thou survive my trial.
Of course.
If thou wouldst champion the cause of harmony, I must have proof that thou art fit to play the role. Wither mine ire, and prove to me thereby that thou hast strength enough to stay the darkness which threateneth to consume thee. Yet if thou shouldst be found wanting, know that all men shall perish in the storm of my judgment. Come to me, bringer of light. I shall await thee on the field of battle.
Urianger, it is rare indeed to find you so far from a tome.
The Lord of Levin himself. Never till this day had I looked upon his visage, save in painted renderings made faint by time. Ever shall this scene remain etched in my mind's eye. Beg pardon, my lady. I must beg thine aid on a point of research. If thou art resolved to face Lord Ramuh, I would ask thy leave to observe the event.
So is he wearing goggles on top of his goggles? hate how one just spawns there. And if you were level 50 or so, it would immediately attack. Alright, folks. I need to really use the bathroom because I've been chugging water like a mofo in the past hour or so. So I'm going to go ahead and take another break. Just get up, use the bathroom specifically, stretch my legs, all that other good stuff. I'll be back shortly, folks. Don't go anywhere. Alright folks, welcome back. Well, to me I guess. Probably didn't go anywhere. Hope you guys enjoyed your break. I know I did. Got a refresh on water. And now, we have one very bearded individual to prove our worth to. I do not want the Shrieking Tree Extreme. Even though it'll be just as easy being solo. There he be. Probably start rolling off.
I have taken thy measure, bringer of light. And I judge thee a worthy champion. The task of excising the sin that hath taken root in man's heart is thine. Shrink not from employing thy strength in service to the forest and the wider realm beyond. Like hungering shadows do the enemies of harmony gather, and meekness will but feed them. If man is to be delivered from the dark, it shall be by thy guiding light alone. Stray not from the path, for if thou dost, thy people shall be truly lost.
Thou hast slain the Lord of Levin. A regrettable act, but a necessary one.
Seemed like a chilled bro.
In witnessing thy struggle, a truth hath been revealed unto me. If I mistake not, it may yet prove a chink in the eternal armor of the Ascians. But let us conclude our present business.
I shall expound upon my findings at the Rising Stones anon.
He seems like a chill dude. Just wants to sit there and be a bro. Well, the fact that he can't differ between one sort of people and the other is kind of like the reason why you have to put him down, but yeah. Where Ifrit wanted to watch the world burn, basically. Titan wants to literally shatter the world because, you know, kobolds. Where Garuda, a bit of a bitch in the fact that she wants to control the other two. Linkus, you have returned. Dare I ask how Remove received your visit? Well, we fought. He had a good time. Challenged you to a test of arms. It is well that you have some experience in such matters. The peoples of both Gridania and Little Solus will be relieved to hear that the Lord of Levin has accepted you as the forest champion of peace. Excuse me. You have performed a monumental duty this day, Linkus. The Elder Seed Seer must be informed of your deeds at once. He's like the only primal that doesn't get ticked off whenever you defeat him. He's just like, oh, I challenged you, you accepted, and you won. Alright then. Fair enough. I will bow out. The Elder Seedseer will wish to hear of your experiences firsthand. Pray return to Gridania and make directly for the Lotus Stand. The Conjurer and Nephisia's altar will be expecting you. Fare you well, Linkus. Spread didn't go off. I don't know if you guys can see it on your end, but on my end it dumps down like 45, 50 FPS every time I zone in here. Just because of the amount of people. Can't really complain either, because the more people enjoying this game, the better, yeah? Welcome back on it, Scion. We who knew of your mission have been most anxious to see your return. Elder Seedseer awaits you within. Pretty sky.
You are returned to us, dear friend, and none the worse for bearing the heavy burden which I did press upon you. Most glad am I of this. I am informed that your efforts to negotiate a peace with Lord Ramuh ended in conflict. Pray tell me, what befell?
Well, he challenged me to a duel, and then I won, and then he accepted me as a
Ramuh
champion.
made trial of you? I fear there is truth to his claim. It is the darkness within us that attracts the darkness without. It cannot be denied that misfortune follows man. For evidence, one need only look to the conflict brewing in Cartano, or to the rising flood of refugees.
They're perfect skybox.
Our shared struggle against the Empire should have served to seal our union. Yet the ties which bind the Alliance strain under the weight of gross self-interest. As the scars of the calamity begin to fade, so too does our sense of common purpose. Yet now is scarce the time to forget our shared responsibility. If this new-sprung realm is to survive beyond its infancy, it must needs be nurtured by all. Eorzea must be as one. Yet I fear that dream is still far off. On behalf of the people of Gridania and the elementals both, I thank you for all that you and your fellow scions have done. Full oft have I been compelled to look to you for aid of late, and offered all too little in return. As leader of this nation, I shall endeavor to prove a more worthy ally to your cause henceforth. Lord Ramuh has departed, yet the keening of this ill wind grows no less insistent. Voices of the forest, pray speak and I shall listen. What unseen evil begets this unease in my heart?
There's a storm brewing. This ends another daunting mission, Adlicus. I hope Lord Ramuh could be persuaded with words alone, but nonetheless, I can only admire the adroitness to which you responded to the primal sudden challenge. And it seems that Urianger too was pleased with the outcome. What say you, Lycus? Shall we gather back at the Rising Stones and ponder the lessons of the day? There it is. Saying the things they said in there. Thing and report to Manphilia, and I think in 2.3. Welcome back, Lycus. Word of your momentous encounter with Lord Ramuh precedes you. I would fain share news of mine own, but Urianger's discoveries must take precedence. Upon witnessing your defeat of the Lord of Levin, our learned companion was struck with a profound insight regarding the nature of the Ascian's immortality. Let us assemble and discuss his observations together.
If everyone is ready, let us begin. Urianger, the floor is yours.
As all here assembled now know, in its final hours as our Order's headquarters, the waking sands did play host to a most unexpected visitor. I speak of the Ascian clad in white, Elidibus. Unwelcome though his presence was, his words that day did serve to confirm a truth long suspected. that the Ascians are eternal beings, to whom physical destruction is as a temporary inconvenience.
In the intervening time, Urianger and I have striven to discover a means by which the Ascians might more permanently be slain.
No.
And 'tis my belief that we have found the thread that will allow us to unravel the twisted skein of their existence. In the moments prior to Leviathan's most recent manifestation, the Sahagin elder who summoned him was observed to undergo some manner of ascension. The etheric readings taken by Y'shtola at the time of this transfiguration have proven most enlightening.
The disruption to the flow of ether was sudden and dramatic. So tangible was the agitation, I scarce had need of my goggles.
The significance of Y'shtola's readings might better be understood in the context of mine own, taken at the instant of the Lord of Levin's demise. Unlike the Primal, the Sahagin was not subject to etheric dissipation.
Before discussing our new discoveries, it may benefit us all to recall what we know of etheric behavior.
Oh, we getting deep in the lore now.
Let us begin at what some might call the end. When we who dwell in the material realm die, our spirits dissolve into the flow of ether and are returned to the ethereal realm. In turn, the restless energy which suffuses that plane streams back into our world, giving rise to new life.
'Tis as the heavens did decree, the way of all mortal souls. Twixt this world and the next do the ethereal currents swirl, bearing the very essence of life. Thus doth the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth continue unabated.
Primals behave somewhat differently. In order to manifest and then maintain a physical presence in this realm, they must consume vast quantities of ether, most often in the form of crystals. Though they may seem to live, their flesh is but ether given shape. Thus, a defeated primal leaves behind no broken corpse. Rather, the essence of its form seeps back into the land whence it came, and the energy of its shattered spirit is called back to the ethereal realm.
And there it waiteth, till next the prayers of the faithful do draw it forth from the sea of ether, to take their offering of crystals and make for itself a new body.
Which brings us on to the third group, the so-called immortals. They exist in a manner all their own.
Quite. Even as the Sahagin elder fell to the Admiral's musket shot, I witnessed the release of an ethereal cloud, which immediately took possession of a nearby minion.
A soul that dissipateth not upon the death of the flesh.
The secret of life everlasting, and in the claws of a Sahagin no less. But I wonder, what would happen to one of these obstinate spirits should there be no suitable host for it to claim?
If mortal death entails a return to the ethereal realm, it seems doubtful that the soul of an immortal would venture there.
Nay, it merely withdraweth the distance, unto the shore of the ethereal sea, perchance, but no further.
Yes, it exists in neither this realm nor the next, abiding instead in the space that lies between them. The Ascians took control of Thancred by means of a crystal of darkness, an artifact which, if our theories are correct, serves as a gateway to the place I have just described.
I was hoping people had forgotten about that.
I am sorry, my friend.
For a mercy, the weary road of our research hath brought us unto an answer.
The Sahagan ascended to an immortal state, but he did not possess a crystal of darkness through which to flee this realm. Thus was he consumed by Leviathan. If we could entrap the spirits of defeated Ascians in like manner, and thereby deny them resurrection,
Therein lieth the path to victory. Thou art most perceptive, my lady. Only when we have trapped the bodiless soul within an ethereal prison can we hope to defeat its unnatural constancy. Thus might even an eternal paragon be consigned to oblivion.
These feats are, of course, far easier said than done. At present, we lack a viable means to entrap and extinguish an Ascian soul. Yet, I believe it to be possible. The pieces of the puzzle lie before us. We have but to put them together.
I will depart at once to convene with the sages of Sharlayan. Together shall we divine the steps by which our goals may be achieved.
I have the utmost faith in you, Archon.
That's some knowledge that gets dropped on you there.
Beg pardon, antecedent, but I would raise one final matter. Even now, a Sharlayan survey party seeketh to ascertain the fate of the students of Baldessian. Their findings shall soon be known to us. Though you harbor feelings of dread, I bid you surrender not to sorrow, but abide instead in hopeful prayer.
Excuse me.
I shall, Archon. Thank you.
Excuse me. Those two snuck up on me. The Lord of Levin is returned to the ether, as was Leviathan before him. Ramu's acquiescence was most intriguing. Inferno, Vortex, Crag, Whirl, and Levin all have now been humbled by the bringer of light. The limitless potential of a man, Heidel's servant, grows mightier by the day. Yet he prospers at great cost to his mistress, whose strength is all too finite. 7 times have the masses survived the rejoining, but their souls are grown weak and wan. Yet even as it enervates, the odd empowers our master. All that remains is to nurture the strength of the gifted, and to forge the final key. And that is the task to which we bend our every effort. Divine seeds were ever wont to quicken in Eosia's fertile soil. We need only lead men to the field, and by their eager hands shall a new deity arise. That which was shattered shall be made anew, and the one true God shall come again. Damn. Now that the matter of Ramu has, for the present, been put to rest, there is something I would show you, Linkus. It is a letter of thanks, signed by the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance, acknowledging the Scion's tireless service to the realm. It mentions, in particular, the names of all the defeated primals: Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, Good King Mogul Mog XII, Leviathan, and now Ramu. Needless to say, there is only one among our number to have faced them all. And though these words of gratitude were addressed to our order as a whole, I fear that they were meant for you above all others. I, too, must offer my heartfelt thanks for all that you have done. In the course of your duties, you have never once failed to answer my call to arms. You are a true hero, Linkus, and Eorzea is that much safer for your presence. Pray do not misunderstand me. I said safer, not safe. I know only too well that we can ill afford to lower our guard. The Ascians may be relied upon to sow chaos in the realm until such time as they are forced to stop. Why, even without their encouragement, you may be assured that man would foment strife on his own, and that is to say nothing of the beast tribes. Unless we learn to live in harmony, their primals, too, will return to plague us again and again and again. And yet, despite all of this, your deeds serve to inspire the people, to give them hope for a better tomorrow, and there is no greater gift. That we have the courage to strive for what might otherwise seem an impossible peace, we owe in no small part to the dangers you have faced on our behalf, and the people you have won over to our cause in so doing. Our list of enemies has ever been long, but think of the allies with whom we are now blessed. Of the sylphs of Level Solus, who wish not of conflict. Of Alize, who drives to unearth the terrible secrets of the Calamity. And then there is Sid and the Fellowship of Noah, racing to unlock the mysteries of ancient Allag that we might be spared the horror of another ultimate weapon. Of course, when speaking with our greatest allies, we must not forget those closest to us, by which I mean our fellow Scions. Thanks to their many and varied talents, our order is uniquely equipped to combat the far-reaching corruption of the Ascians, and combat it we shall. Your enthusiasm is truly heartwarming, antecedent. Given our embarrassing wealth of allies, I trust it will not inconvenience you to unduly if I absent myself for a time. I thought it was him, but I wasn't sure. Alphino, I take it the troubles of New Ul'dah no longer require your attention. There is yet some rumblings of discontent, but the air of simmering violence is largely dissipated. 'Tis the report of such that I stand before you now. That, and to speak to you concerning the new organization we discussed. I have a message from you from Ellie. You recall the refugee girl, one whose parents were missing? They were found unharmed. She wished me to pass on her thanks to you. Why, Alphino, am I to understand that you made the effort to remember the poor girl's name? I look forward to reading all about her in your report. I do hope you left nothing out. Linkus, you have been away from Revidence Toll for some time now, I believe. Might I suggest that you put the affairs of the realm to one side for the moment, and take this opportunity to reacquaint yourself with the town? Which reminds me, one of the Doman children recently inquired as to your whereabouts. Yalzin was his name, I believe he has some small matter he wishes to share with you. Why not oblige him with a visit? I believe the whole Noah thing is because I've done the Crystal Tower, as mostly everybody. But we technically haven't done it yet, so small amount of awkwardness. before we speak with this kid, I'll be right back. I'm not going to put up a BRB screen or idle the camera or anything. I'm just going to do a thing real quick and then be right back. Take like 30 seconds. Alright, sorry about that. sorry. Look, it's Master Linkus. He's back from his adventures. We heard you were off fighting primals, and that they've had some of the strongest enemies you could ever face. I wish I could have seen you in battle. Anyway, we all want to be heroes too, so we finally formed our very own Doman Adventurers Guild to protect all the Domans. Oh, do you think you could train us today, Master Linkus? Maybe you could show us how you fight the primals. What's all this commotion then? It's these two. Mr. Boulder and Mr. Coltonet, did you know that Master Linkus is back? So it would seem. Welcome home, Linkus. My companion and I but recently became full members of the Scions, and I believe proper introductions have yet to be made. I am known as Hoary Boulder, and this bookish fellow is Coltonet. Though we remain largely unproven as adventurers, we have taken it upon ourselves to instruct the Doman younglings in the arts of combat. I told you, Mr. Boulder, we are not younglings anymore, we are adventurers. We were just asking Master Linkus if he could give us some special training. I think we're ready to hunt some monsters alongside him, don't you? Well, you've certainly been diligent with your drills, but I'm afraid the fiends of Mordona are still ever so slightly too dangerous for you. I have a counter proposal. What if I were to cross swords with Linkus? A demonstration of skill of arms, if you will. Hari, if I didn't know you better, and I do, I'd say you were merely seeking to test yourself against a legend. Well, mayhaps I am. Well, what matters a motive when the children stand to learn so much from the lesson? What say you, Linkus? Would you consent to spar with me? Sure, buddy. Hurrah! We're gonna have a tournament! Come on, everyone! You must prepare our gear for an outlaying! Do not try to disappoint them, Have faith, Coltonet. I shall summon every last ounce of my strength to make this a worthy contest. The fields to the east of town should prove suitable for our purpose. I very much look forward to our bout. Not yet, Midgard Stormer. Not yet. It was good of you to agree to this, Linkus. I trust you're ready to begin? Very well. Let's not keep the younglings waiting any longer. Hori, are you certain you wish to fight him alone? That is Linkus you face. Better way to test my mettle. Pray allow me to attempt the first round unaided. After all, 'twas this hero's legend that led me to join the Silence to begin with. Without Linkus to inspire my efforts, I would not be half the warrior I am today. You're a paladin. Your point is well made, but remember, this is for the children's sake as well as your own. Should it appear the contest will end too swiftly, I shall add my spells to your blade work. And it's going to be a 2-on-1. Hello, you haven't begun yet, have you? Who's this? Oh. Yida, what? Who are all these people? When I heard about your sparring match, I told everyone I could find. Thought you could use the crowd to cheer you on. Yes, and there are still more to come. When I mentioned Linkus' name, the reaction was quite enthusiastic. Why, my own popularity seems but a sickly shade in comparison. You best claim victory, bringer of light. Your begrudging reputation is at stake. Well, our teacher won't be beaten so easily. He's a master swordsman. You can win, Mr. Boulder. Shall soon see. On your guard. Yeah. Day and night I've honed my skills. Now comes the time to test them. Such power. Tails barely do you justice. Mr. Boulder won't lose, will he? It's not over yet. It can't be. Aye, the children have the right of it. 'Tis time I join the fray. On your feet, Hori. That Linkus is so strong, but you can't give up, Mr. Boulder. Y'all are grounding, yes. You have bested me. I yield. That was incredible! We beat both of them at the same time! We knew you couldn't lose, Linkus. None of us could defeat the Guardian of Eorzea. Now I see why they send you to deal with the primals. I have much work to do if I'm ever to attempt the same. One sec. Sorry. Getting caught up on a couple things. Impressive as always, Linkus. 'Tis ever a pleasure to witness a spectacle of your martial prowess. And judging by the smiles on these many faces, they too appreciate the hard-won strength that keeps the perils of the realm at bay. Guardian of Eorzea. Yes, that is a most fitting title. Do you recall when we first met? 'Twas at the memorial service for the Battle of Cartano. At the time, I was yet attempting to understand this land of Eorzea. I sought to grasp the reason why grandfather willingly sacrificed himself to protect it. I shall speak plainly. My initial impressions were less than favorable. Dire problems abounded, and yet the effort I saw expanded towards their solution was haphazard and half-hearted. I thought Eorzeans a foolish and childish people. Considering the shambles their home was in, I would not have been surprised if some had chosen to swear allegiance to Gaius in the order he proposed to enforce. The Legatus' single-minded military invasions precluded any such switchings of loyalties, of course. Were it not for a desire to continue grandfather's legacy, I would have abandoned the realm to its fate long ago. The threats were too many, the nations too self-involved and unstable. 'Twas you who convinced me the salvation of Eorzea was possible. 'Twas you who taught me, through countless acts of bravery, that what my grandsire sought to preserve was not the land, nor its history, nor any single nation. It was the people. These wonderful, oft infuriating, stubborn people that suffer blow after terrible blow, only to drag themselves back to their feet to face another day. Though he never put such feelings into words, I believe grandfather's admiration for his inextinguishable courage grew into a fervent wish. A wish to aid Eorzea and its inhabitants in charting a course for the future. A wish that has now become mine own. I too will endeavor to take up the mantle of the Guardian of Eorzea and champion these people who toil towards a better world. Our cause, however, is not a simple one. The troubles that plague us are of a scale that cannot be solved by the scions of the Seventh Dawn alone. No, what is needed to tackle the root of the primal threat and effectively counter the schemes of the Yassians is a new, expanded organization that operates beyond the limitations of nations and borders. If you would aid me in building such an organization, then pray let us continue the discussion back within the walls of the Rising Stones. Thank you for coming, Linkus. The world shifts and alters, and we, my friend, must ever be one step ahead of the chaos. What I propose is the formation of a new organization, a group that shall pave the way for a truly united Eorzea. Pray forgive me if I tread over old ground, but I would first speak of the grand plan. Since the advent of the 7th Astral Era, the leaders of the three nations have been deliberating over an accord which seeks to bring the disparate forces of Eorzea together into a single entity. A realm-wide grand company, if you will. The military might have such an institution would be drawn from every corner of the land and directed against threats that no single nation could hope to overcome alone. Yet while the purpose of this hypothetical organization is undisputed, the logistics of its formation have become the source of endless debate. And the longer these discussions continue, the more I sense the impetus toward unification draining away. Thus I have been campaigning for the creation of what might be considered a trial company. It will be on a much smaller scale than what we hope to eventually achieve, but capable of the same manner of unrestricted operation accorded to the Scions. 'Tis my hope that the successful utilization of such a force will lend momentum to the lagging deliberations. Also, being a primarily military outfit, Asajj fears of its misuse by placing the fledgling organization under the authority of the antecedent. Scions work tirelessly to protect Eorzea and its people, but as you yourself has witnessed with the refugee revolt, there are limitations to what even we can achieve. With this new company under the Scion's command, however, we will be capable of responding to a wider range of difficulties without straining our resources or overtaxing your formidable talents. The goals of my proposed organization and those of the Scions are ultimately identical, a point conceded by all concerned. So why are we letting them do this? But before I can move forward with establishing the precursor to the true, border-spanning Grand Company, 'tis yet necessary I visit the three leaders and gain their official approval. A tiresome and time-consuming task, which is why I would ask you accompany me on the journey and attend the business of recruiting our inaugural members, while I am otherwise engaged with bureaucratic formalities. Okay. Thank you. 'Tis reassuring indeed to know that the Bringer of Light and his discerning eye will be selecting our future allies. Our first destination will be Limsa Lominsa. Let us rendezvous at Bulwark Hall. 2.4 goes for a minute, or 2.3 rather. Still about half. Entree bound. Hi, there you are. I'm ready to ascend the bridge and speak with Admiral Blufuskin. While the Admiral and I are finalizing promissory boundaries and signing parchments, I would have you begin the recruitment process in earnest. I have, of course, endeavored to spread the word of our organization through various channels, but I believe a personal approach will reach many who may otherwise remain ignorant of the opportunity. As for potential members, this is no matter should they already be pledged to another institution, only that they are willing to lend their strength when the situation demands it. In Union's range in the countryside, the upper decks alone are populated with sufficient candidates to suit our purpose. Once you are satisfied with your recruiting efforts, meet me at the airship ticket counter that we might prepare for the next leg of our journey. Yeah, that's it. Holy. hell, there's 5 people. None of them have Aetherites, really, to go to. At least these 3 anyway. Eh? Who the bloody hell do you think you're talking to, Drylander? I'm a pirate, not some sodden knight in shining plate. And if you look for a self-righteous fop, or try reaching in the Danny Carvalian's door. Damn, lady. Sorry. He's on the same quest I am. A precursor to the United Eorzean Grand Company. I do admire the scope of your ambition. My responsibilities here in Naldok and Vilnius get me close to the forge. I have not the time to be trapezing hither and yon across the realm. Should you require my skills as an armorer, however, I might be willing to accept some special commission. Well, if it ain't Linkus, I'd not forget adventure brave enough or daft enough to sneak into a shortcut in the Titan's bedchamber. You remember old Real, don't you? Formerly a member of Company of Heroes, 3 Whistles of Bronze Lake. Aye, it ain't often I drag my arse out to Limsa for a drink, but I'm right glad you did. I bear you these days. You're looking to put together a new crew, top-tier work. Ha! Sounds like a right lark it does. Alrighty, lad, count me in. The heroes may have gone their separate ways, but I ain't ready to climb into me grave just yet. Hey, we got one. Next one's a bear, and a bear. Okay. This guy. Organization with the freedom to operate with territorial impunity. I must say, your proposal intrigues me. But the Krakens well know that there is a time to act and a time to watch. I'm afraid this trial company of yours falls into the latter category. You got 20 minutes, AFKer, before you get bonked. Master Alphino's new organization. Yes, I've heard the formation of his trial company was in the offing. 'Tis with regret, however, that I must decline your invitation. As commander of the Yellow Jackets, the protection of Lince Elementa must needs receive my full attention. Oh, we got one. You can't go there. Okay. I guess your recruiting went well, I trust. I'm curious as to how my proposal was received by the rough and ready folk of Lince Elementa. A member of the legendary company of heroes indicated his interest. Astonishing. I knew enlisting your aid was the right choice. If you could boast the acquaintance of such an elusive character. I too was successful in my task. The Admiral consented to sign all the documents requiring her approval. I can only hope that my visit with the Elder Seatseer proceeds smoothly. Pray continue on to Gridania at your own pace. I shall await your arrival in Avisca's Alta. Say probably gonna be cheaper to do this, and there's not much travel distance. Holy crap, there's people here. My audience with the Elder Seatseer is due to commence momentarily. I'd be grateful if you would once more see to the task of recruitment here in Gridania. After you deemed a well of potential candidates has run dry, let us rendezvous at the airship ticket counter as before. Four people to recruit. I'm back. Oh gods, could it truly be you? With fickle fortune must the first face I see upon my release be yours. Could it be that you don't remember me? It is I, Laurinaitis, the man whose crimes you exposed. I was a whaler, and a regular patron at Biscarin's. Yep. Of course you do. I'm beginning to remember if jail had changed me more than I realized. Not that I have any particular wish to be recognized after my shameful conduct. Enough said about my past the better, I suppose. What of you, adventurer? What business brings you to this part of Gridania? Recruiting, eh? And what is your policy on reformed convicts? I understand the wood whalers would have not more to do with me. This may be the second chance I was looking for. Wherever it's told, you say? I shall leave at once. You shall not regret this, I promise you. I am a changed man. X. Grandfather, you must call it a day. Let us return to the guild and rest ere your tormented back gives up on you for good. I'm terribly sorry. We were just... Lincolns, was it? It must have been some time since our paths crossed outside of Copperbell Mines. Well, you were barely more than a novice in Azure, Ned, but look how far you've come. Mother Moon tells me 'twas you who felled the fearsome Black Wolf. Now you seek stout-hearted souls to fill the ranks of a new order. While your cause is undoubtedly just, my old companion here would be much relieved to see me in good hands. Yes, I'll do it. This is the very thing I've spent my entire adventuring career working towards. I shall join your company just as soon as I've seen Isildur straight home. Or safely home, rather. Offer this old man a place in your company of champions. I'm both puzzled and honored by your invitation. Pray forgive me, young master, but I cannot accept. I have sworn to abide here for whatever scant years remain to me, and bear responsibility for the evils my lady has wrought upon this land. One last person. And we got 2 in here, Danya. I think we got 2. And to this person. It's not often a guild officer such as myself gets recruited. This company of yours certainly sounds like it has some promise. Its duties appear less than focused. I must refuse your invitation until such time as your organization is more organized. What news, Linkus? For my part, the Elder Seedseer was most amenable to our requests. A former wood whaler and a seasoned adventurer. The company will not lack variety, that much is certain. Interesting harvest indeed. Shall we strike into Uldar while the iron is hot? Let us meet at the Royal Promenade and endeavor to conclude our remaining business. Our journey draws to a close. Alright, how much does it cost? 231. Oh, excuse me. Uldar, the Gilded City, where one's fortune defines one's worth. I hope some manner of fortune is with us, and that this final leg proves as successful as the previous 2. Might I suggest ascending into the lower level before beginning your recruitment efforts? I do not think the Sultana will take kindly to us poaching from our personal guard. Let us meet back here at the promenade when our respective tasks are completed. Good hunting, Linkus. Adventurers Guild first. I see. Let's go Gladiators Guild then. When he met downstairs, he literally met downstairs in the same zone. Oops. Wait, you're the man who came to little Amiga looking for that masked devil. Who knows what might have happened if you hadn't. I'd probably be dead and a whole lot more of my friends besides. We were such fools. Anyway, that disaster really got me to thinking about our homeland and how about the outsider who saved us from ourselves. I realize how easily I am I realized how easily I'd been manipulated and vowed to make of myself a more worldly man. So here I am. A new company of champions, and you say it will take me to all corners of the realm. Sounds exactly like the kind of opportunity I need. And don't worry, I'm not saying stripling you met in the Little Alamigo. I prepared myself to fight the evil I now know is out there. Alright, second one. Minor skill. Oh, what a happy coincidence. Do you remember me, perchance? I am Orson, of the Church of St. Adamalanima. Thank you again for your timely rescue. I must thank you for preserving that fraudulent priest from preying on Dryburns less fortunate. A most upsetting business. Are you here with your companion, Tancred, was it? Tis new companions you seek, then. Your proposed organization sounds like a powerful force for good, and my place is at the church with the children. Nevertheless, I wish you well in this undertaking. Wind up nobody, huh? I'm sorry. Wish to recruit me? Some new fashion manner of propositioning a lady? Well, I'm afraid you are wasting your time. This lady is already spoken for. Good day to you, sir. Okay, fuck you too. This guy. Come to tell me the news, soldier? Well, I've already heard it. Seems this would-be savior of old Dawes refugees when he got himself killed, and not by your hand. He is just as much a pawn as the hapless cast-offs he sought to deceive. Eh? That's not why you're here? Aye, you'd be surprised what we drift down to Pearl Lane. I know this glorious new company of yours, and just how far I'd go to avoid getting involved in it. Whispers on the street say your organization is funded by corrupt coin, by syndicate money. You think you're recruiting for a just cause, and you're a bigger fool than I took you for. Uh-huh. Company that looks to cure the ills of the realm entire. Listen, friend, I can scarce bear the complaints of the next all over, let alone the conundrums of a neighboring nation. Apparently we're being funded by the syndicate, are we? How fared you, Linkus? What hidden gems did the streets of Ulda offer up to your unrelenting gaze? Well, I got one. A single Alamegan youth. Well, you've certainly given us an admirable start, even if our ranks are yet somewhat thin. In these troubled years following the calamity, talk of Eorzea's salvation must seem akin to grasping at clouds. But there are those who risen to the challenge nonetheless, and the hope that inspires these people were born in no small part from the victories you yourself. But there are those who have risen to wait, I read it. No, I didn't. But there are those who have risen to the challenge nonetheless, and the hopes that inspires these people were born in no small part from the victories you yourself have won. Thank you, Linkus. I will not squander this precious gift you have placed into my keeping. These recruits will become the foundation of a new beginning. And yes, we are free to begin. As you have no doubt surmised, the Sultana also graced my trial company with her blessing. Our first wave of recruitment is over, the documents signed, and the finances secured. There is naught to prevent me from taking the next step. So what's this about the Syndicate? We are concerned by the Syndicate's involvement, as was I. Thus was the origin of every coin of their contribution carefully scrutinized and recorded. This organization will not be built on corruption. Naturally, I would prefer not to rely upon outside sources at all, but even my family's substantial coffers could not sustain a venture of this magnitude. As for the rumors and doubts surrounding the enterprise, well, such things shall plague us until the company has a chance to prove its worth. It will not be an easy process, but we will earn the people's trust one success at a time. Speaking of time, we shall waste no more of it. Let us return to the Rising Stones and lay the first stone for a united Eorzea.
Tell me, General, what think you of Alphino's bold endeavor?
I think it is more than bold, Your Grace. His organization would pave the way for a united Eorzea. Well do I understand his impatience, since facing the common threat of the Ultima weapon, our nations have seemed farther apart, not closer together. Considering the many problems we face, should we not be glad that someone else is taking the initiative?
We have all pledged our cooperation, yet the grumbling continues behind closed doors. Ul'dah is not alone in her duplicity. I myself have doubts as to the good this organization will achieve. With the inclusion of the finest soldiers of the 3 grand companies, it promises to be a fearsome military body. But whom will it serve? Even under the watchful gaze of the Scions, it is not unthinkable that such a force could perpetrate a great wrong. Does it not concern you that a significant proportion of its financial backing came from the coffers of the Syndicate? That those unprincipled worms might forge this extraordinary gathering of warriors into a private army?
I have trust in the Scions, Your Grace. They have spared us no end of trouble at the hands of the Primals. If they seek reinforcements, I deem it unwise to deny them. As for their finances, full many gave generously. And though our nobles proffered a sizable sum, their coin did not spill from the pockets of Lolorito and his cronies. And what of the presence of our stalwart adventurer friend in this endeavor? I doubt the Warrior of Light would betray our cause.
Yes, there is that, I suppose. Yet I have known people to change. Whether we will or no, the events of the age hurl us this way and that, like a dust devil skipping across the sands. Cannot be done about Telechi?
This organization will be fine, don't worry about it.
I have explored all avenues available to us, Your Grace. But as Ul'dah law now stands, we lack the evidence to convict him of any crime. To arrest him on spurious grounds would only play into his hands.
committed treason, and yet we can do nothing? Then what good a government? What worth the royal house? How deplorable this mockery of justice!
Have faith, Your Grace. It is not over.
Nothing worse than the feeling of knowing someone did something, but yet you don't have the evidence to bring forth to prove it. That's not a journey I soon wish to repeat. Yeah, no kidding. I cannot pause to rest. The culmination of our effort is at hand. I must see to the preparations for the inaugural ceremony. Thank you for allowing me to monopolize your service, Mrs. Linkus. I am certain the antecedent will be relieved to see you free for other duties. Let's see, 1, 2, 3 more. Damn. Greetings, Linkus. Alphino tells me all is in place to begin the trial company. The Scions shall certainly be grateful for have the support of such an organization. The inaugural ceremony is set to take place here at the Rising Stones. Tataru is cooperating with Alphino to see all is in readiness, so I'm afraid the recruits themselves have been left to their own devices for the time being. Quite a number of new faces have arrived in Griffith's Toll of late, and I wonder if Slaffborn might not find himself overwhelmed. Would you speak with him and see if there is aught he requires? Dude, 3 kind of drags a bit, yo. What can I do for you, Linkus? Thought you'd have your hands full helping out with this new arm of the Scions. Need any assistance? I barely noticed your recruits arrived. There's barely a trickle compared to the flood of treasure hunters we have passed through here every day. Well, I appreciate your offer of aid. 'Tis more your burden that concerns me. I told this trial company will answer directly to the antecedent, so I trust that means less work for you in the long run. Slaffborn, the shipment, we couldn't... Gods, woman, what befell? We were bringing a shipment to Revenant's Toll, provisions earmarked for the frontier effort. But just as we sought to cross over into Mordona, we were set upon by brigands. I believe they may have been heretics. They were many, too many. We only escaped with our lives by abandoning the supplies. Pray forgive us. There's naught to forgive. Provisions can be replaced, but smart soldiers are hard to find. Take your rest, and I'll have someone along to tend to those wounds. If heretics are involved, then this is like to be more than a case of simple thievery. Ishgard will need to be informed. Whence did these supplies originate? House Fort Tong. We collected the provisions from Camp Dragonhead proper. Understood. I shall see that they are apprised of this development. I guess, were you not on good terms with the Knights House Fort Tong? I shall be sending them a missive immediately, of course, but I would also have you travel there and offer your considerable talents. Yes, I realize I contradict my earlier hopes to lighten your load, but I need someone who can help bring this incident to a satisfactory conclusion. Our favorable relations with Ishgard are far too important to risk half measures. You nod. Excuse me. Thank you for understanding. I am certain Lord Haurchefant will be glad of your assistance. To Camp Dragonhead. Well, if it isn't my fine friend, Linkestrad, would you care for a plate of roast carol, some mulled wine? No? Ah, I see you have not come to my home merely to escape the biting cold. I was, in fact, on the verge of opening an urgent missive from Residence Toll, and I suspect the timing of your arrival was no coincidence. Well, put two and two together, buddy.
The incident with the new frontier hands? No, you need not elaborate. I have been following their progress with no small amount of interest. Brave men and women all. They do our nation a great service. The existence of a fortified outpost in Mordona will do much to dissuade the Empire from trespassing on Kurthus soil. Right glad am I that you have chosen to lend your support to this endeavor. Never let it be said that House Fort Tong does not acknowledge the efforts of her allies, or her debts. 'Twas in the spirit of gratitude that I arranged for sundry supplies to be delivered to Revenant's Toll. That the shipment should chance to be waylaid by heretics is poor fortune indeed. Poor fortune, I say, yet not without precedent. If you would know the truth of it, these incorrigible villains grow more organized with each passing day. This new unity of purpose we attribute to their leader, the Lady Iceheart. But though I have devoted significant resources to the task of identifying this woman, we have yet to learn so much as her birth name. What we do know is that the heretics speak of Iceheart in reverent tones, and would gladly embrace death rather than betray her. Such loyalty is rare indeed, and I fear to imagine what so committed a collective might achieve. The brigands have not yet been so brazen as to risk direct confrontation here in Dragonhead. Some few of their number have, however, been sighted not far to the west of here, and with ever-increasing regularity. A visit to Whitebrim Front may bring you the answers you seek. Will you brave the snows, knowing what implacable foes may lie in wait?
Oh yeah, I'm level 80. Let's do it.
Hallone's blessings be upon you! Though I take no pride in the admission, many of mine own countrymen are not so well suited as you adventurers to dealing with such foes. Were they dragons, it might be otherwise. But truly, I could not wish for a finer ally. You have done much for my house in the past, and I have no doubt but that I shall have cause to celebrate your deeds again ere long. Should you learn aught of value, pray return to me forthwith. A warm hearth and a warmer welcome shall be waiting for you.
Just need to do a thing real quick. Let's go see some heretical action and also it's in the tower. Good old Drummond. Angus, welcome, welcome. Be pleased to know that repairs of Stone Vigil will proceed apace. We shall rebuild sure and strong, that the Dravanians might batter themselves senseless against our shield to the west. I would venture, however, that matters of masonry are not what brought you to Whitebrim. No trail of band of thieving heretics, you say? By the fury, but do you seem destined to cross paths with those villains? I must confess, then, 'tis a sad truth that the wilds hereabouts have, indeed grown thick with their number. They strike swiftly, without warning, and are canny enough to evade our most able trackers. But 'tis not merely their newfound organization that confounds us. The heretics themselves have somehow changed. I know not what manner of influence this Iceheart wields, but the men we face seem utterly lost in the grip of righteous fervor. It is an unsettling and unnatural zeal. Mayhap you would care to question one of their recent victims. As fate would have it, your arrival came moments after a traitor was waylaid on the road. Patrol around the unfortunate fellow lying senseless in the snow and carried him to our infirmary. Assuming he has regained the use of his faculties, the merchant might recall some small detail that could aid you in your task. God, trying to fly in these buildings is not worth. Tell you what happened? Why, yes, of course. I'm quite recovered enough for that. Anything to help you catch those cowardly blackhearts. I was traveling my usual route to Whitebrim Flint when a sudden blow sent me reeling. The next thing I knew, I was on the ground, and several heretics were rifling through my cargo. Arms, armor, crystals, were taking everything. 'Twas then that one of them noticed my bleary gaze and stalked over to better acquaint my head with his mace. Before darkness claimed me, however, I distinctly heard the words, "Return to Snowcloak." I dare say that is where they are hauling my goods. But you will not catch me rushing off in pursuit. You tell me 'twas a miracle I survived at all. You will not trust my thick skull to save me a second time. Snowcloak 2.3 as well. Draw your weapon, bow! Wait, I recognize you, adventurer. Come seeking heretics. Then we share a common purpose. We were on patrol when we chanced across one of their raiding parties, and pursued them here. By rights we should have them cornered in this ravine, and yet they are gone. Vanished like icy wraiths. Glimpsed a woman atop the cliff. Could be Iceheart herself come to sneer at our folly. To where did she disappear? The heretics must have discovered a passage through the frozen wall. Some hidden tunnel that escaped our notice. We have not the men to risk further investigation. It would be best for we to return to White Brim Front and lay our suspicions before Lord Dromont. Hey, I guess we're going to Snowcloak. Vegas, it appears I owe you my thanks once again. The surviving knights spared no detail in their report. The men you found out near Snowcloak were some of my finest. They should be bested so handily. I fear I have woefully underestimated the threat these heretics pose. While I understand you might balk at the notion, I must ask that you put aside your mission and consider the stolen provisions lost to us for now. 'Twould be ill-advised to blunder unprepared into what may well be the very lair of our enemy. Frey returned to Dragonhead and informed Lord Harshaphon of your discoveries. He will wish to plan contingencies of his own. As for Iceheart and her fanatics, the freezing heights of Snowcloak will not shield them from our justice for long. Crazy that Ixal balloons float around here randomly.
Your return is most timely. Of their own accord, my thoughts had turned to your task and the progress thereof. I confess, my imaginings tended toward the grim and bloody. But you are here now, and I suspect such frivolous wonderings do little justice to the reality of your travails. Tell me, what did you learn of Iceheart?
Apparently they're holed up at Snowcloak.
Indeed.
And we're going there.
And this transpired at Snowcloak? Of all the highlands, that towering wall has borne the worst of the region's brutal shift in climate. So inhospitable has Snowcloak become that we have still to survey the area in its entirety. Could its frozen heights conceal the heretics' hideaway? Mayhap a more robust reconnaissance effort is in order. Putting such considerations aside for the moment, we still know far too little of this Iceheart. That she is capable of commanding such a band of fanatics bespeaks natural authority, and no small measure of charisma. As much as I would like to fathom this mystery with you, the situation has grown beyond my personal purview. I am bound by duty to inform the Temple Knights and request that they bring this matter to its conclusion. Given the glowing reports the new commander has garnered thus far, I am certain that they can be relied upon to take appropriate action. Though Iceheart's true identity yet eludes us, you have provided us with a point from which to begin. Sometimes it takes but a single stone to prompt an avalanche. On the matter of the stolen provisions, I have already made arrangements for a second shipment to be sent to Revenant's Toll. I could not well allow such an honorable venture to be undermined by one miserable setback.
What a bro. So, scratch off the supplies. We'll send you a new one. We're going to form our higher-ups and see if they can deal with whatever is going on. I thought for sure we'd be going in there already, but I guess that's a later thing. Linkus, it's good to see you return from the toll. How fared you in your frozen wastes of Curtis? House Fortons to send us a second shipment. Must have thanks to Lord Harshfarm for his continued generosity. Yet even as our town grows in prosperity, I fear it will attract an even greater number of those who would do us harm with greed or power. All of us, Alphino's new recruits included, must remain vigilant against such threats. Last quest. While you are away in Kurthis, preparations for the inaugural ceremony were all but completed, although Tartaru does yet seem somewhat flustered. I've taken you enough of your time. Why don't you head into the Rising Stone to see if your frantic receptionist could do with a hand? Is she inside? These parchments need to be sorted, and these documents, why are they even here? Oh, I'm sorely tempted to file the lot in my wastepaper basket. Ah, Lakis, you startled me. Wish to lend a hand, splendid. Would you be a dear and hand these uniforms to the new recruits? They're all scattered about Revenant's Toll, and I haven't the time to track them all down. Recruits know to don their garb immediately and assemble here in the Rising Stones. You'll want to report directly back to Alphinote if you don't wish to miss the ceremony. I wonder if the Scions will ever have matching uniforms. A well-funded organization is a well-dressed organization, I suppose. 8 of them. There were 8 of these damn things? Those who believe this company will see no riches or short-sighted fools. The giving of oneself is an investment in the future, and thus did I sign my name to the cause. Uniforms are a splendid idea. Once our organization has made a name for itself, there shall be wealth aplenty in selling replica costumes to the adoring masses. I thought it best to meet my fellows here, but I admit I have no idea what we're supposed to be doing. Did you just really say you can see clearly now the rain is gone? I hate you. Ah, our new uniforms. That reminded me of my introduction to the Wood Warriors. Isildur has at last retired from the adventurer's life, and I shall miss his wisdom and irreplaceable spirit. I'm excited to forge my own path forward. Here's your uniform. Miss Allian. Ah, yes, the uniform. Thank you. Truth be told, the thought of pledging myself to such a lofty organization is somewhat intimidating. The Scarlet Guard ranks me a proud member of the Maelstrom and a hardy defender of Limsa Lominsa. Yet in truth, I stand for the betterment of the realm, and thought this new company a fine opportunity to contribute on a grander scale. Oh, that's a striking shade of blue. Put alongside my Maelstrom uniform, my wardrobe will certainly not lack for color. I don't believe we've met. I'm Ilbert, and I will have the honor of leading my fellow recruits as captain. Much did I lose to the calamity, and I look forward to aiding the others in rebuilding their lives. uniforms are a shrewd decision. There is no easier method of creating a common bond among what is, essentially, a band of strangers. Little Alamigo could learn much from what is told, but this town could be so alive in the midst of such desolation. Never worn aughts quite so voluminous. Well, I'm sure I'll grow accustomed to the electric cloth in time. Make us draw! Gods, I did not expect to meet you strolling about town. Tales of your primal battles were what inspired me to come to Revenant's Toll. It is an honor to receive this uniform from your hands. I shall wear it with pride. Alright, you little shit, where you at? Oh, little lad, looking for me, was you? I was just giving a whistle. I'm not sure I'd hear amongst all the bustle. Here's your uniform. Oh, proper uniforms and all. This thing will cut off the blood to me head. Not to worry though. I'm sure she'll be fine after making a few adjustments. Oh, hey, we got the Rising Stones Instance 1. Even though this is already an instance, technically. Yes, Linkus. Tyra mentioned you were handing out new uniforms. I see you've now met the rest of the recruits. Some few answered the call to arms I put forth through the established grand companies and such. We are not yet an army, but there is much a small corps of elite warriors can achieve. Did I mention I've thought of a name for the company? 'Tis my hope that it shall soon be known across the breadth of Eorzea. The moment of truth draws near, Linkus. Once the last of the recruits have gathered, I shall make the official announcement.
Comrades, your presence here this day signifies the momentous choice that each of you has made. With your strength now pledged to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are beholden to no single nation. You stand as the vanguard for a united Eorzea. From this moment forth, I declare you Crystal Braves. Let us mend this fractured realm and face our enemies as one.
Why are we letting the teenager do this?
Whether it be the Beastmen and their primals, or the conflict in Carteneau, it is plain that the nations of Eorzea cannot solve the problems which plague the realm. Thus does it fall to some few heroic souls to succeed where they have failed. Come, take your place at the Scion's side as guardians of Eorzea, and together we shall fight for the freedom of all! For the freedom of all!
A rousing speech, Alphino. Or should I say, Crystal Brave Commander Leveilleur?
Please, Antecedent. The title is honorary. I shall not be leading the troops into battle, as it were. We are of the same purpose. Let us join hands and do what must be done to save this land.
The Scions stand ready. I'm eager to see what the Crystal Braves might accomplish. This shall prove an interesting time indeed for the Scions. Yes, I'm listening. So our worst fears are confirmed. The entire Isle.
Right.
Such power defies comprehension. Truly? Kryl is alive? Thank the 12. I see. Pray, inform me if her condition changes. Yes, I shall pass on your words to Urianger. My thanks. I shall contact you anon. When I learned of the loss of the Isle of Val, I dared not hope that my friend had survived. Yet, by some miracle, it would seem she has. She's still to regain consciousness, it is true, but better that than death. Putting this happy news to one side, we must now endeavor to make sense of the readings taken by the survey party. It appears the etheric disturbance which accompanied the Isle's destruction is of a magnitude alarmingly close to that of Ultima. Could the Ascians be responsible for this devastation as well?
Was it their intention?
I wonder. Have you heard aught from the Mother Crystal since the battle with the Garleans?
Nope.
Then she speaks to neither one of us. Heidel's silence portends naught but ill, I fear. Louisoix, I pray you yet watch over us.
And with that, one more cutscene. Very good. See that the provisions are prepared for transport. Let us hope that this shipment is spared the fate of the last. The winds are uncommon fierce this day. Show that early. Damn. I was hoping it would do that. Because tomorrow we begin the storyline of the Crystal Tower. I was hoping that Part 5 was just going to be that and end at 2.3 and 2.4 and 2.5 would deal with the lead up to Heaven's Ward. So folks, thank you so much for coming out tonight. I really do appreciate it. If you enjoy what... English is freaking hard. If you enjoy following along with this grand adventure, going through just about everything, And I implore you, hit that follow button. Be notified next time I go live. I try to maintain a constant schedule of 5:30 p.m. to about 9:30 or so. But today, A, I wanted to get through 5.3, and B, last night I had to end stream an hour early because I didn't know the maintenance was at 9 p.m. Eastern, and I thought it was at midnight Eastern. So, like I said, if you enjoy following along, just hit the follow button, be notified when I go live, or otherwise just be here at 5:30-ish. Anyways, let's see if there's anyone doing a raid, shall we? Yeah, screw it. There, no. Oh, someone's about to do the end of 5.0. We absolutely go into that. We're absolutely hitting this up. This person about the end of 5.0. They are absolutely. So I would imagine that, unlike here, you don't spoil in there. So, with that said, chat, again, thank you so much for coming out tonight. I'll see you folks tomorrow about 1 p.m. or not 1 p.m. 5:30 p.m. Eastern. Hope you guys have a good night, rest of your day. Hope you see you then. Have a good night.